him. Embarrassing. If he talks, I'm slapping him, grabbing him, then kidnapping him. Now they obviously him on the news like.
I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes.
Screws are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking on is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a relegated beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked till my fingers bled.
일단 여기까지 올라왔는데 저희 골든 가디언즈를 만나게 돼서 좀 We are really confident we can beat any team now.
A date with destiny tomorrow for them against the Golden Guardians. For Stixie is going to do so much work.
打 GG 的话，我觉得会是一场很焦灼的比赛，因为我觉得他们实力跟我们其实差不多。
PSG has been slow and steady, wins the race.
因为他们中野好像之前在 PSG 待过，然后都是很强劲的外援。
제가 예전부터 준지아 선수가 되게 잘한다고 생각을 했고, 그리고 이제 한국 솔로 랭크에서도 되게 1등을 좀 자주 찍는 그런 모습이어서 되게 잘한다고 생각을 했는데 이제 PSG에 간 거 보니까 좀 기분이 묘한 것 같아요.
我觉得他稳定性比我更好一点，然后对，就是稳定性比较不容易会白给那种。
일단 팬분, 다른 분들이 생각하시기에는 저희가 떨어질 수 있을 거라 생각하시겠지만 이제 저희가 생각했을 때는 본선을 되게 쉽게 올라갈 거라고 생각을 해서 저희가 이기겠습니다.
我会全力以赴对付狙击的。明天打完，准备好收拾行李吧。
Welcome everyone to MSI 2023 live from the Copper Box Arena in London. Today is the last day of the play-in stage. As yesterday we said goodbye to R7 and Loud, and today one last team will join them and go home as the winner will make it to the main stage. I'm Long, I'll be joined by
single on me?
Robert and Medic. GB, how are you doing? That was an amazing sign.
Well, yeah, I'm feeling very humble right now, I guess. Yeah, how are you guys?
Very, very nice. I'm really happy to be with you on the desk, an LEC-esque desk today,
it's true.
Medic. Thanks for joining
It's not
us.
often I get to go into the analyst desk, but I'm looking forward to it today.
Yeah.
It's going to be a banger series, I'm sure.
Yeah, some people asked for it yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
Here it comes, Medic on the desk. Today is win or go home for Golden Guardians and PSG Talon with the best of 5, and you qualify to the bracket stage. Lose and you will be eliminated. And here's a quick outlook at what the bracket stage competition looks like. In the bracket stage, the 8 teams are divided into 3 tiers, as you can see on screen right now. The tier 1 and tier 2 teams will each face a tier 3 team, with the tier 1 teams being on different sides of the bracket. No team from the same region can face each other in the first round. And with all this information in mind, Medic, can you run us through maybe some of the potential scenarios we could see here?
Well, there's a bunch of really exciting ones.
Yeah.
Things like JDG versus T1 in the first round is just absolutely absurd to me. Alongside that, imagine facing up against the loser of that in an elimination game in the next best of 5. It's going to be incredibly exciting. I think the way that it's formatted does mean that we'll get probably at least a couple of banger best of 5s in the first round. I mean, they should all be bangers, but I expect we'll see some of those really highlight matches in the first round.
And that's where you understand that the format is really, really hype, GB. Any matchup specifically that you were looking to see in the first round?
I mean, there's so many you could mention right in the end, but I think I'm looking specifically at Cloud9 Berserker potentially versus T1 Gumayushi, you know, 2 former T1 boys that could go up against each other. We've already seen an amazing performance by a lot of AD carries in the play-ins, and the level is just going to get more elevated the further we come to that bracket stage.
I love the EU LEC versus LCS rivalry, so I want to see Cloud9 and G2 in the first round. We'll see if that happens, because the draw show is today after the series, hosted by Frankie and special guest Odo Amne. Bracket stage starts in 2 days on May 9th. Now I want us to focus on the series we have today. PSG Talon versus Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians on the first side. Amazing Cinderella story. No one believed in them. In the LCS, I think they were the teams people had the least expectations from. They fought their way up in the playoff, earning their spot at MSI, and there's a lot of interesting stories on the side of every player in this lineup, GB.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a team that just really elevated with the competition too. The further they got into the tournament, the better they actually got. And I think they rallied behind some of the initiators, like Huhi specifically, down towards that bottom side. But it's just the fact that it's such a Cinderella story for pretty much every single player on that roster, and they're continuing the story now with their eyes set on the bracket stage.
Yeah, you look at 6-8. Last time he made MSI, he went to the semi-finals. It's been 7 years since he made it to an international competition. FLICKR as well, semi-finals at Worlds against Fnatic, and now isn't he a resurgence of his career? Like, the stories are just echoed throughout the entirety of Golden Guardians.
And when you look at the newcomers also on this Golden Guardians lineup, River and Gory facing off against their old team.
True.
Amazing story here. So players know each other. They know their teams. They know the work process here.
That's the thing, like PSG or Golden Guardians Academy, you know, there's a lot of players coming from PSG going to Golden Guardians, but I think for sure that they are a team that had to rebuild a lot of their roster, actually pretty much everyone. It's not the same names that we're used to. Like, even River playing against his old team is not playing against old teammates in this regard. So it's really impressive, and just a testament to the staff behind PSG as well, that they were able to replicate the success we've already seen from PCS and them.
Yeah, familiar with the structure, but not the players themselves. As you said, they found success in MSI 2021. Can they make it to the MSI bracket stage once again and have an amazing run? Do you think this lineup is capable of doing it, Medic? Because coming in today, it feels like PSG is the underdog.
I definitely agree that PSG are the underdog, but when you look at players like Junja, when you look at a player like Wako, who, if he is given the position to carry, can always carry the team, PSG play really well around these new faces. So I think there is an expectation that Golden Guardians should win, but I really wouldn't be surprised if PSG are able to take the series today.
And there's a specific matchup maybe we want to focus here again in the jungle, because tonight River will face off against his former team as he's fighting against Junjia in our feeder matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Today's featured matchup, sponsored by Mercedes-Benz, sees River facing up against his old team. Having made his name in the PCS with PSG, it is now up to River to show he made the right decision, switching to Golden Guardians and beating his old region on one of the most important stages in League.
Oh, it's shooting fish in a barrel! Oh no, it's a slaughter! Golden Guardians ruthless in this game.
On the opposite side of the rift, we have Junjia, who has performed phenomenally this tournament. he's shown that he's ready to fill the shoes that River left behind.
Dasher will tank it. Gladly he will. The taunt comes out as well. Another for Wako. It's 3. PSG in the end will clean up the fight, and Loud are left wanting.
This marks the first best of 5 of this new MSI, and it's do or die for both teams.
我会全力以赴对付GG 的。明天打完，准备好收拾行李吧。
Amazing video for this featured matchup, and also respect, banter, everything. River versus Junjia, 2 backbones for their respective teams. GB, how do we expect things to shape up in the jungle today?
I mean, they've both just been pillars in the early games for their teams. You can see it a lot in the stats here from the kill participation at 14 minutes. Not just that, we can see there's a slight edge to River in terms of how much time he spends just with the assist he's also got, and Junjia a bit of a power farmer as well.
Yeah, you know that these 2 players are the catalysts for their teams. Their ability to get in and influence the early game is vital. But as you said, I think the slight difference is that when I look at Junjia, I know if he gets ahead by himself, he can then dominate the game. Whereas with River, I expect a little bit more facilitation of the rest of the players on his team, which he does incredibly well.
And when it comes to the champion pool, maybe, and the differences we see in the jungle, GB, lots of shared picks. And I'm not surprised to see
That's the thing, right? Because both junglers here can be so flexible in terms of what their team need. We saw it yesterday with Junjia when he had the Galio in the mid lane. He was playing the Kindred around it, but both of them can be a Kindred player, can be a Viego player where they want to take charge in the jungle, they want to be facilitated, but they can also be set facilitators. You see the Sejuani on Junjia, you see the Vi as a shared champion, and the Krakens and of course Jarvan to come through. It's just 2 players who wants to be the carry, but can also be the carry or the player that makes your teams shine like carries.
Yeah, and I think these champion pools as well are kind of indicative of how these teams like to play. We see Golden Guardians a little bit more in the early game, trying to get those early game leads. Yes, they can play late game team fights very well, but what I expect from them are sizable gold leads before the 14-minute mark. They did it against Cloud9, they did it against FlyQuest in the LCS, and they continued to show that here on the MSI stage. Yeah,
PSG here with the longest average game time of all teams at MSI, 5 minutes higher than the average. Doesn't surprise me when you see how this team drafts.
It's super interesting, right? Because you can see the goal difference at 14 minutes, which is often on average. PSG is the team that's more ahead, but their game time is way longer than Golden Guardians' average game time is. And it comes down to the fact that PSG as a team with their style likes to play a more slow-paced game, and Golden Guardians as well, specifically in their games against R7, was very much on the trigger, was not afraid to go for the dives. I think I was talking to you, Medic, and you were like, this seems a bit greedy, and I was like, wow, but they can pull it off.
And it did work for them, right? And I think that is the big difference that we'll see, right? Golden Guardians, when they get a lead, try to accelerate it, whereas PSG will suffocate. It's about denying the enemy team more than actually taking them off the map and then taking turrets and taking more objectives out of it.
Right. Let's focus on the other side of the Rift here and Golden Guardians, because yesterday Frankie caught up with Golden Guardians assistant coach after their win against R7 in the Verizon Game Day interview.
I'm very excited to be joined by Charles from the coaching staff of Golden Guardians. So far, London is treating you incredibly well. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, we're adjusted. We flew in earlier than some of the other teams, so we took a bit of time to adjust to the time difference, but we're on a bit of a roll right now, so we're feeling it.
And what's your verdict on the team so far here in London?
We really want to play against like the main teams, ideally. We've already played against BLG, and that was a really fun experience. But yeah, I mean, we 2-0'd some of the play-in teams, so yeah, it's we just want to get to the next stage, ideally.
Are there any regrets so far? I mean, before we started recording, we did talk about the Morgana pick with Huhi in that 3rd game against BLG. I mean, you just won one, you have the momentum. Why that draft?
When you're in that kind of situation, like the tension, the stress, I think after that game 2, game 1 and game 2, it felt like we tried to cheese them level 1, like the Zyra Khan level 1 and the Kindred invade. And then we felt like after playing the first 2 games as coaches, we said like, we actually think we're going on par with these guys. Like we don't need to get creative or anything. We ended up going Morgana, so.
So you did get a bit.
So maybe we did get a bit, but I will say Morgana was working really nicely into Vi for us in particular. And also the Zyra Khan, like we got through lane phase pretty well. There was one bot dive, I think everyone remembers early on, that we didn't communicate and didn't cover. And that really made that game 3 like pretty hard. I think if we covered it, it would have been a different story.
Huhi was known for creative and slightly strange picks, even when he was playing mid way back. We're going back to like 2019 and the CLG years and everything now. But he's obviously bringing it to the support role as well, and he's calling the shots in the server. I'm hearing maybe the power's going to his head. He's a sassy queen.
Yeah, I leaked that a bit. Jay,
he's having a lot of input, and he's obviously helping.
Oh, Jay, probably, if not, one of the best in-game shot callers I've ever worked with. And I was a player as well before this, so I've worked with a lot of people. But yeah, he is a bit sassy every now and again. I don't know if they leak our pre-game like champ selects like comms, but Jay, he comes with his strengths and weaknesses for sure.
Great interview and insights here from the assistant coach. And as he was mentioning some champions, I want to focus on the drafts that Golden Guardians have been building since the beginning of MSI. We see maybe not a lot of diversity in the champions they play, but in the way they approach draft themselves.
I mean, it's a bit of both, right? Because you can see it against the second game against PSG where they said, we don't need to get that creative to beat them. I'd argue you got a big creative with a Yasuo and Gragas, and while it is a set combo we have seen in the past, it's not something you just bust out of nowhere. I think also you can see the standard stuff, of course, game 1 versus R7, which is pretty much everything you want on this meta.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the best picks that you could get on this meta. What I really like about the Golden Guardians drafting at the moment is it's very specific, and it's something we see more now that we have best of 3s and we're not just going through best of 1s, is that they were beaten by Elk predominantly in game 1 versus BLG, and then they said, okay, how do we kill Elk? How do we make sure that his life is a living nightmare? And they did exactly that, and it was what earned them the win, even though they were 4,000 gold behind in the early game.
And I think that's going to be very interesting today, because you can see there was an adaptation where the rest of the map had to bandage the fact that the bot lane of the enemy team will pretty much always get ahead. And I think that has been a weak point for Golden Guardians. Stixie and Huhi has had good signs of life, but against the best of the best, they struggled. Going up against Wako today, who's been absolutely phenomenal, not just an AD carry, but as on Aphelios specifically, there is something you need to be worried about there.
Props to Huhi, honestly. I just want to spend some time talking about him because he was very flexible in the LCS. He's flexible again here this time around at MSI. One unique champion for each game. Medic, I know that you're a support enjoyer, so
I'm a huge fan of Huhi. I think 4 LCS finals in a row, the guy is incredibly impressive. Obviously switching from mid lane as well, and I think that gives him just a little bit more mechanical nuance when it comes to playing enchanters. A lot of supports are very good at going in, playing Nautilus, playing Leona, playing Thresh, but often, often you want just someone who can stand a little bit further back and then see the windows where you can land a good Whimsy or where you can land a good bubble on Nami, and that's what Huhi does really well in my opinion.
We'll see what Golden Guardians have been cooking for draft today, but let's see who the fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan prediction. Each day you can head over to MasterCard Nexus on Twitter to participate, and for now Golden Guardians have 66.5% of the votes, PSG at 33.6%. I think it's logical. We said that PSG was the underdog coming in today's matchup, and of course they have the fans on their side.
I think Golden Guardians have just shown us a little bit more so far at MSI. I think PSG against G2 did have a good comeback, but they were still behind, and Golden Guardians have shown us that through an early game lead, they can take the game out of their opponent's hands. So I think I'd agree with the fans here.
Yeah, I just think in general, it's the fact that Golden Guardians, they're a bit more happy to have those resources and do something with them. When you see a team that just sits on it and wait, there is a window where teams can come back, and I think that's the thing that you have to look out for, because I think PSG are capable of getting wins, they are capable of getting leads, it's just how consistently can they do it.
We'll see the approach both of these teams take in today's first best of 5 at MSI 2023. That's all for us here on the desk. Let's send it over to Quickshot, Mark Z, and videos for Golden Guardians versus PSG Talon.
Thank you so much, Laura. Welcome to the Caster Desk. We are moments away from picks and bans for the very first best of 5 here at MSI 2023. The thing that I want to definitely talk about is what will the priorities be here for the draft. I'm anticipating something like the Aphelios to be particularly important. We saw how much it meant to Wako. But for the Golden Guardians, they played a whole bunch. Huhi, what else is he going to pull out of the bag, Mark?
I don't know. He already pulled out his classic set. We've already seen the Amumu. The Rel got banned. He hasn't played that one yet on MSI stage, so maybe it'll be the Rel.
Will it be another unique champion, is the question. Do you think we'll see something different, or do you think we'll see something that he's brought out before?
He's, for context, not repeated a champion yet at MSI. I think he's due. I think he'll end up picking the same champion at least once in a best-of-5 series.
Well, we're going to find out. We're getting ready for draft between Golden Guardians and PSG. The winner will move on to the bracket stage. The loser will be eliminated. And right off the bat, that Aphelios we were talking about, quick shot, going to be banned away by Golden Guardians.
I mean, Waka's played that 5 games out of the 6. The only other AD he's played has been Lucian, so the near polar opposite to what we've seen from Hui.
And we also saw yesterday Loud taking the gamble, leaving the Kennen up, and still PSG grabbed the Aphelios first. So no surprise to that one banned. Also worth noting, this is the first coin toss Golden Guardians has won. Coach Anero, or GM Anero now, had let them down and lost every single coin toss thus far, but got it when it mattered.
Is the coin toss meta a really important thing there, Mark?
I mean, I like blue side. I generally would like to start on blue.
I mean, of the 2 sides, GG have had an opportunity to select 1 blue, 1 red. This time around, elected that blue side. Annie removed from the pool as well. No big surprises here. I do like that we've had a fairly diverse champion pool over the last couple of days. Quite a few different picks almost every single day. And Huhi's definitely the guy that has been the most fun. The set, the Amumu has been absolutely great to watch. And that Lucian now banned away from Waka, so he'll have to play something different for the first time, Betty.
He certainly will. I'm excited to see what he brings out. My expectation would be something like the Jinx, sticking more towards that traditional late scaling, hyper carry. The Vi being banned away is a little bit surprising by Golden Guardians. I was just about to say that while we have seen some diversity, the things that have stayed the same are this mid-jungle duo of Vi and Ahri, and something that Golden Guardians, I think, found a lot of success with yesterday. They were very good at playing around Gory, really setting him up for success in the early game. But they will have to go in a different direction. But the Kennen is still up and available. You imagine the Golden Guardians could consider that as a first pick.
We'll see if they grab it. That is something that FLICKR played. Looked very good on it just yesterday. Had a pretty impressive performance. So looks like that's going to be snapped up right away. No surprise there.
What is the answer? Because we saw...
not Rise!
Yeah, we saw the attempt at Rise. Did not work out at all. River visiting that top lane a whole bunch and just getting FLICKR set up to carry the game. I also think yesterday River really read his opponents well, was absolutely ahead of the curve in every single play. Junjia going to have a task ahead of him.
There's no shot.
There's a shot, right?
No. To blind pick an Aurelia this early in the draft would be an incredibly confident play. I'm surprised that PSG are immediately responding with a top laner. You would expect jungle and AD carry to come in here based on typical draft trends for red side. Something like the Zeri or the Jinx would have made a lot of sense. The fact that they are still leaving junglers up, I do think that Wukong, after the nerfs, I feel has significantly less impact than what we've been seeing compared to the previous patches, and it seems that teams are much less willing to blind pick it compared to what we've seen in previous patches and domestically.
Well, wasn't Wukong or the Jinx locked in fact, swapped to the Ezreal. I think that's the first time that we've seen here at MSI. Interesting note, by the way, Waka's got 0 games on Jinx this entire year. So hasn't pulled it out just yet, and River's going to go back to that Viego, 3rd time here. But I think a lot of power picks on the side of Golden Guardians, so I'm already starting to see or feel a little bit like every time I've seen this happen, the picks that have the Ahri and the Kennen tend to do pretty well.
Yeah, already Golden Guardians grabbing a lot of the power picks they were able to grab yesterday. This time the Viego for River. Obviously, they love playing Gory River 2v2s around mid lane. This is another powerful one that will be looking to make plays, move all over the map. A lot of ways there. The engine combined with Fuhi for Golden Guardians to make plays in the early game.
PSG have drafted themselves a pretty powerful pushing bot side. I did a bit of research very quickly and found out that Wako, all-time, Ezreal is one of his most played champions, 70% win rate across his entire career with 30 games played. So it seems like in game 1, he's going back to comfort, something that gives him a lot of security. And I think Ezreal Karma is a very safe bot side, typically more towards the weak side, and when you draft the Cassante, it does make you think, well, what is PSG's game plan in the early game? Where is it exactly that they're going to look to try and play around and try and find advantages?
And this is one of the things that has been the question for PSG across this tournament is, can they take their kind of late game, less aggressive play style through this early game phase against the more powerful teams? You saw it not go very well up against G2. They kind of got ran over. Can Golden Guardians do the same thing and just make this game over before all this scaling and team fighting kind of comes online, or they're starting that from too big of a deficit?
I mean, both of these teams have had some pretty dominant wins over the last couple of days, and I think interestingly for PSG, it's a little bit different, a little bit more impressive than what they did domestically. They're at 14 stats, so it's like plus 800 or so. And And I think I genuinely don't know what to anticipate on how these teams are going to stack up against one another, because like especially even yesterday, it was very heavily one-sided for both squads.
I think that the game yesterday gave me a lot more confidence for PSG in this matchup. Their first day against DFM was, you know, they had that game that they probably should have lost. Then they kind of got ran over by G2 a little bit. Wako did have some good performances in that G2 series, but he was kind of the only one. But yesterday it was very, very dominant for this team. It made me feel like this would be a much closer matchup. Hopefully we get to see all 5 games. I say that through gritted teeth as a North American fan, but as a general League of Legends fan, hopefully we see a good series.
Paris and Nautilus being taken off the board here. I wonder what bot lane Golden Guardians will be considering. You're a resident Golden Guardian expert, Mark. When you look at this draft, what do you think Stixxay is thinking about right now? Tristana maybe? Or
they got rid of a lot of the common things you tend to see, and from here, Ezreal Karma wins a lot of them. They could go Zaya or Zeri Rakan, they could go Zaya Rakan, they could go Thresh Jinx. Kai'Sa Set was not on the list of things I was gonna say, but let's do it.
All right, Golden Guardians bringing out a very heavy dive composition here. Set being one of your primary initiators. Kennen with a great follow-up, assuming he can find a good flank. But basically, all of these champions want to go forward.
I love this. Golden Guardians laying down the gauntlet game 1, saying, you want to play this kind of at-range, pokey bot lane. Instead of finding a similar range-style matchup, we're going to go engage and hopefully get our mid-jungle making plays around the bot lane to attack Wako.
Last lock-in here for Junji as the Kha'Zix. So, first time that we're seeing the Kai'Sa, first time we're seeing the Ezreal. 2 compositions that look very aggressive, but I feel like there's a little bit more cohesion on what I'm seeing on the Golden Guardians side, pick power on the side of PSG. I mean, when you zoom out, Vedi, what do you make of this?
I mean, I think that PSG's early game is very weak. Early game skirmishes are not going to go in their favor, which does concern me when we look at how well Golden Guardians have been able to get early game leads when they're given the priority to do so. Huhi is not afraid to get out on the map. We know that River is more than happy to look for invades, and Gory, with his prio, is more than happy to roam bot and set up some dives. So I think the Golden Guardians have all of the agency to make things happen in the early game. The later the game goes, it does make me wonder how much of a range advantage PSG have over Golden Guardians.
The one thing I will say is Junji on the Kha'Zix. This is probably, outside Wako, the best performing member. The EDG sub-jungler stepping up a little bit in the G2 series, taking a lesson from Yike this time around, taking the Kha'Zix.
I mean, in terms of like kill participation, 93% for Junji. He's got a 30 KDA.
Pretty good.
He is pretty impactful for his squad. And on this Kha'Zix, going to be looking for those assassinations. Also, another little tidbit for you. Gory's Ahri across the 2 games that he's played has not died a single time. So looking very comfortable and impressive on that particular champion. But Vedi, I love the thing you called out just with regards to the early game and whether or not PSG will be able to sort of weather the storm in some ways. So let's keep our eyes on River. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else, welcome to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 in this best of 5, the last chance qualifier to the bracket stage. Win, and you join the 7 other teams.
The first best of 5 at MSI, but the final matchup of the play-in stage. Last spot on the line to join the main stage. Draw after this series happens.
I'm excited to see how the rest of MSI plays out. I think play-ins have been very exciting overall. For it to culminate in Golden Guardians versus PSG, I think very much what many expected throughout the play-in stage. I think the big surprises were Golden Guardians taking what was a massive comeback victory over BLG. A lot of people now have, I think, a very different opinion of Golden Guardians as the underdogs. They continue to surprise throughout the year. Perhaps PSG can put a stop to it today.
I like the Golden Guardians evolution on the emote game yesterday, knowing that Loud was playing the second series. They kind of pandered to the audience, flashed a lot of Loud emotes. This time around, River going for the TSM flare. Don't know how popular that still is. I heard a TSM chant, I think on day 1 or day 2. I hear a little bit from the crowd right now, so sounds like still something to use.
I love the performance. Why not? Have some fun in the game as well. In your opponent's head, just a tiny bit. No real shenanigans to start off the game. Look, River starting bottom quadrant. Junji starting on that top quadrant with Archie helping him out. And first Ezreal, first Karma here at MSI. I think on day 1 on the analyst desk, we were talking a little bit about potentially seeing Ezreal, but some of those more like team fight focused ADCs have taken to higher priority. And also first Kai'Sa too. So this will be a fun lane because it's definitely not something you see very often.
I mean, in Europe, we've had the luxury of getting to see a couple of Ezreals. We know how obnoxious they can be in the late game team fights, right? But in early laning phase, typically it can be difficult for Ez to get that prio in lane, but when paired up with a Karma, you have that double range matchup, so much poke, and you're seeing the poke on your screen right now. The level 2 coming out for Wako and Woody. Great damage from PSG. But the Fog of War observers highlighting it for is River is in a position to gank. Who he has the flash, he just needs level 2. He should get it off this melee. Oh, no, one more minion.
Minion wave being cleared out there. There's the engage from Huhi. Woody's still got that flash available. Stixxay stepping forward, cleansed out. A breaker forward. River is being chunked out from Wako. Wako now may be the next target. Stun connects. First blood secured by Golden Guardians and River. The shield keeps River alive just enough to get away.
Massive first blood there by River, sort of in reaction to the push that was coming from PSG's bot lane, but probably also a pre-planned play. This is something River has done a ton in the LCS, not as much here on the MSI stage, is going for very different jungle clears to find people at different timing windows. He's a monster at this, on Jarvan in particular, but willing to do it, as you can see, on multiple champions. I thought for sure he was going to be clearing topside to your power point in the map on Kennen, but this shove that Ezreal Karma is always going to go for early on, knowing that they're going to push up this far, there's no way Set and Kai'Sa can contest the level 1 push, so they just go exactly on level 2. River has hit level 3 in this chase down sequence. The patience getting pelted by Ezreal and the minions the entire time. Karma as well gets very low, but commits, lands that W critically, finding that kill, and then using the Karma Soul shield to make sure he gets out of there alive.
So well done. So first blood secured and in the hands of the Viego. A little bit of a presence there from Junjia, but Corey easily evades.
I will also say, PSG's bot lane really should have just used one of their wards. Both AD carry and support had it available. Trying to set up that early push without taking into consideration a potential early gank. A big oversight, I think, from them. And losing all of those summoner spells now sets up GG very nicely for potential future ganks. They know that Aja is a very difficult lane to play around. Playing Cassandra into Kennen, they can just leave FLICKR isolated in this 1v1. He can build his own advantages, and Gory already looking to gain control over the lane. Does miss the charm. Could be an opportunity for a re-engage here from Yubao.
Really good counter trade there. Gory ends up losing a little bit more of his HP. We saw Hui stepping just behind that mid turret, by the way, drop that control ward. That'll give him a little bit of vision as FLICKR continues to pressure. So pretty much the top lane playing out as expected. We'll keep an eye on whether that manages to you know, develop in a way that FLICKR can take over the game the way that he did previously. But for Gory, just continuing to see, I mean, look at this, trying to push Yubao all the way between the minions.
He is a very aggressive mid laner, always trying to find advantageous trades. And I assume also wanting to get the shove so he can start meeting up with River now that he has completed his first kind of official clear, finally grabbing all that in the top side.
Yeah, if you look underneath his champion icon, you'll see that little pink bar. That indicates how close he is to level 6. And he should just, oh, okay, he's about a minion short of level 6, so it would have been a great opportunity for him to then look for a roam. Vision now invested in the bot side, River for PSG, to track whether Gory and River could be looking for a gank.
Beautiful charm. Just a little bit more poke from that Orb of Deception, and gonna step back. Pretty even CS numbers across the top and mid lane. Small advantage to Wako in the bottom lane, and we're still waiting to see Junjia really show a little bit more presence. He's level 5 at the moment, small advantage over River. And once he does unlock that ultimate, he can look for some more picks, but hasn't yet found the opportunity.
Yeah, PSG kind of learning their lessons from that first play, getting a lot of wards out around the bot side, a pink ward in River, a normal one in the tri-brush there to make sure that they are safe to push. This is how Ezreal and Karma have to play the lane, so despite the fact that they did give up that first blood, they've reasserted dominance of that lane. Funky look there for a second, but yeah, playing around their kind of power point, make sure that they don't continue to fall behind, that there's no repeat gank follow-up until these flashes come back available. Not too far off now for Woody.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Guardians, they don't really need to force anything super urgently. They still have time. Level 6 is really where you'll be keeping your eyes on any opportunities. Good window here being found by PSG. They expect River to be on the top side of the map, and they know that Gory has just gone back to base with no TP. So with the push that they have in bot lane as well, should be an easy drag and secure very early on. We know that PSG is a slightly slower team when it comes to the early game, but starting to stack up these dragons really sets you up for success to get you those team fights later on in the mid and late game.
I mean, Woody and Wako are doing such a great job with that ranged poke. Every single time we look at Stixxay and Huhi, They're chunked out, they're pushed back. They're doing a relatively good job of maintaining a competitive CS advantage or CS numbers. But that's definitely unlocked that first dragon. And I think for PSG now, going to continue to look for those little skirmishes. I mean, this is the first time that we've seen these teams obviously against one another. 6-4 LCS versus PCS. And I genuinely think both of these teams just playing a little bit reserved, a little bit patient, suss one another out.
Yeah,
haven't had the strongest competition just yet, you know?
No, but very touch and go. I think you saw there's a potential for a bot side dive after the Dragon dropped and 6A was backing off that turret. PSG instead go for a reset during the time. River was working down a lot of focus on the top side, stealing away the red buff for that commitment, as well as getting some deep wards down there.
You'll notice now Woody going back to base with the Herald spawning in about 20 seconds time. Wouldn't be surprised to see him now getting out on the map, start leveraging PSG's number advantage, because Huhi's not going to have that opportunity to go back to base yet. And already, if you look at the base, you can see Woody making his way down towards mid. Yubao going back to base now, though, does give Golden Guardians this window to set up vision control around the Herald.
I do wonder if Golden Guardians want to fight the Herald. They're much more of a level 6 reliant team, especially with their bot lane and the way that wants to play. And if Huhi can't get 6 prior to moving up to the top side of the map, then it will feel like a difficult fight compared to Ezreal and Karma, who are very happy to just pelt away with Qs.
Now, Woody after that back. Pokes a little bit in middle lane. You can see on bottom, finally sticks in Huhi. Shoved the wave up. That back timer from Stixay from the potential dive you're talking about, Mark, ended up giving Wako a pretty significant CS advantage, and despite PSG,
well, they just conceded
backing, yeah. Golden Guardians in the river, they're going to start this one off. It's completely uncontested, Eddie.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I would have thought the PSG, given their setup, they had the numbers advantage, want to force this, but I guess they're a little concerned about Licorice's power at this point in the game. They know that Gory just had a base as well. Stixay coming off the back of a base would have been able to collapse first, as Wako had to go and catch the bot wave. So everything will reset. Golden Guardians with a small advantage gain.
Yeah, Wako being committed to the bot side there makes sense. There's a very big wave. Don't want to lose that one, having to move up to the top side. And once Golden Guardians see him there, Stixay and Huhi shadow into the river without having to roam all the way up. Get a Rift Herald here, and we'll want to see where Golden Guardians use this one. Obviously, it'd be very nice to accelerate your Kai'Sa. She's basically your biggest late game threat, but I do think there's value in breaking open mid lane turret, trying to make a play around there, and then moving down to bot side. Mid lane has so much pressure over the rest of the map, and so if you can kind of spring Gory free, that's probably going to accelerate your game faster than just getting some extra gold or plates into the pockets of Kai'Sa.
Stepping towards that mid lane, Junja towards bottom. Neither opponent's aware for the time being, and both teams just trying to fish for opportunities, but that's the defensive starts here. Now River moving towards the bottom lane. Recall does in fact complete. That's level 7 for the Viego. Huhi is going to force the flash from Woody. That's a win already. And that means repeat gank the next few minutes. Definitely a target.
Yeah, Junji had the right idea, kind of hovering that brush, but didn't wait out the entire play. Recalls, and that's basically the exact window that Huhi goes flash for flash there.
So team fight at Dragon, is that what we're setting up for here at this pace, basically?
I was kind of expecting Golden Guardians to be a little bit more aggressive, to be honest. I thought that they would try and threaten a few more dives, but to PSG's credit, they've done a great job of just keeping the push in bot. It has made it hard to really stack up a wave and threaten any real dive bot. And then also there's been so much vision investment on the bot side. You can see our observers highlighting it now. PSG have a lot of vision control that make it that much harder for River and Gory to really find any opportunities, which means that we do need that neutral objective to really start these fights.
I mean, last time we saw this Kha'Zix, Yike was able to create opportunities or punish the top lane, synchronize up with the rest of G2 and have dive after dive. The game hasn't necessarily been played out that way, and Ninja's just power farming for now. Same level as River, not a significant advantage. Does this make you a little nervous with this Kha'Zix, or is it still, he's just ramping up?
I think he's ramping up. Kha'Zix is obviously a champion who, at level 6 onwards, has very good skirmishing potential, but he does continue to scale throughout the game as you unlock more evolutions. When you finally get the resets and team fights, you can start taking those over. As we see that Rift Herald mid like we were calling for.
Potentially setting up more Dragons. A couple of wards placed inside PSG's jungle. Teleport's not available for Licorice. It is for Archie, who's now being poked out just a little bit. 20 seconds until that Cloud Drake will spawn. I want to see whether either team will kind of rush for it or not. Good counter vision now. The ward's been cleared out by PSG, and I think they're setting this one up. Moving into the river together, pushing that mid lane. Let's hope we get this first big team fight.
Pretty sure Wako just snipes Stixay on the back to stop his recall and delay the timer for picking up his Mythic. Does end up getting the Kraken Slayer, but might be a little slow getting back to Dragon. So PSG is going to start this one off, kind of knowing that they had interrupted 6A's recall, and he can't possibly be here if they rush it.
Ooh, Yubao.
little bit of trouble. Caught out. Heartbreaker used. Frozen Tomb to buy some time. Dragon has been secured by PSG, and the charm right out of it from Gory secures the kill. So that's the second for Golden Guardians. Not a large minion wave to work with, and the stolen soul of Lissandra won't find that Ring of Frost. 2 dragons to PSG, 2 kills to Golden Guardians.
Frankly, just a massive overstep from Yubao. Like, he was trying to interrupt the back of Gory there and disrespecting the possibility that River may be hovering around mid, ends up giving away a free kill that I think they really didn't need to give.
Especially given the context that you know you're getting a free dragon. Like, the jungler's not hovering around the dragon. Maybe he's over the wall looking for a steal, but they had good vision to know that was not the case. Big mistake there by Yubao, handing a kill over to Gory, continuing to accelerate that lead. Now up about 700 gold for Gory. I will say this
immediately picked up as well.
Yeah, huge power spike. I will say for PSG, the saving grace is the dragon stacking. This is something that they love to do, and the overall pace of play has not been that high.
No, I mean, look, it's 2,000 gold here for Golden Guardians, and in the BO5, the final series before bracket stage, this is a little bit more reminiscent of what you see in BO5s at MSI and Worlds of years gone by. It's slow, it's tentative, it's a little bit more pensive. And in comparison to a lot of the series we've been seeing throughout the last few days, it is definitely a few paces down.
Well, like we said, PSG is the lowest combined kills per minute team in the entire tournament, so it's no surprise to see them taking it slow. Even their series yesterday was kind of like that.
Right now, Junjel will get chunked out just a little. River's Heartbreak is available to him. Uba was moving from the mid lane, but again, no further engage. There wasn't enough support for River, so they just did a little damage and backed away.
And again, PSG just doing a great job when it comes to this vision control. They have wards littered around the bot side of the map. They have so much control, so much safety, so much security that they allow Wacko and Woody to just continue to secure these plates and build advantages in the bot lane 2v2.
Right, exactly. Despite that kind of first blood that came in down there, it is still a pretty hefty gold lead, up above 700 now. For Wacko, going to get a little bit bigger once he finally drops the first third of the game in favor of PSG.
So super quickly, this is a slightly slower paced game. Log in with your account and watch MSI and lolesports.com for exclusive MSI drops such as emotes and icons throughout the entire tournament. And since we are at 14 minutes and pretty much dead even as far as the lanes, the towers, a minor gold advantage here for Golden Guardians, we may be setting ourselves up for a 3rd or 4th dragon, just gigantic team fights. And I think in my head, that cannon could be absolutely gigantic. And whether or not Junji and Waka can get away from it and find those picks in the back line.
Yeah, this whole time I've been talking about bot and top and mid and all these things. We
gold up.
Did not cover how far ahead FLICKR has been able to get, grabbing those turret plates as well as about a 20 CS advantage for himself. And he's kind of the X factor for this game. Find clean engages into this pretty squishy backline on the side of PSG. Yes, you have the Cassante, but he's really the only member who has any significant durability.
Yeah, I mean, what I'll say is Golden Guardians comp is dive. Right?
Yeah.
It's very straightforward. Set's ultimate, really good at closing the gap. Kai'Sa ultimate, Ahri ultimate, Diego ultimate. You get the point, right? Whereas the game plan for PSG is, can you survive that initial dive? If you can, if you leverage some of your mobility, some of your stalls, some of your disengage, and you're able to weather that initial burst, then there's definitely room for PSG to turn the fight around in their favor, leverage some of their range, leverage some of their poke. But it all comes down to where that initial kill comes from. If Diego gets that initial pick, if Kai'Sa gets access to the back line, like, you can see how easy Golden Guardians can run away with the fight.
Keep it simple, Set. Just follow the all-in, find out whether or not the shotgun fire will actually secure the kill. But I also think I want to keep an eye on whether or not FLICKR should be able to find those angles of entry, because the last time that he did play the cannon, was able to have significant impact with that slicing Maelstrom. There's only one tower down, right? So we haven't really moved into this phase where you're pushing into enemy territory, trying to use this vision right now. Wacko and Woody just waiting, hoping River who he step forward. And for PSG, they're going to feel pretty comfortable so far.
Yeah, I really like this lane setup for the side of PSG. You go 1-3-1 right now, and even though the Ahri is a bigger threat than Yubao in the side lane, you also stop Golden Guardians from being able to pressure the mid lane turret by having the Ezreal there and forcing the Kai'Sa to match him mid lane. This is where you had prio your entire game. You're going to keep that now in mid lane and keep that turret up as the 3rd dragon spawns, making sure Golden Guardians could not drop that one before this 3rd dragon comes up. Means that they won't have as much mid prio as they thought they might have if they had kept the standard lane assignment.
While that's all very smart and very well explained, Mark, I'd really like them to stop punching each other in the face.
Vedius requires bloodshed.
Okay, Vedi. 20 seconds until the next dragon. 4 members of Golden Guardians grouped up towards
nice.
this mid
Licorice
lane.
has made his way down.
No teleport Faja.
Also there. We've got 5 people, Trevor.
5v5.
We can count.
Vision is A little stronger there for PSG, just behind the Dragon Pit. Thank you to the observers for the toggle. But it is the Guardians inside the river first. So PSG have to step a little bit into that darkness. No TP available not just yet. And Dragon has been started there, Betty.
Oh boy, you guys aren't ready for this. You guys aren't ready for the trade mid lane.
What? This is just pure concession right now. Junjia will fire out those missiles for now. Dragon soloed by River. Tower just about to fall. Frozen Tomb forward. Gory is in trouble. Forced to flash. Spirit rushes away. The shield is huge for Hui. And the slicing Maelstrom gets another kill for the Golden Guardians. That's a follow back, as well as Wako's got a second. And now the third of the fight goes to the Guardians. It's a slightly chaotic start. 2 for 1 in favor of the Guardians.
What looked like a great play out of PSG to just sack Dragon, force mid, get the turret, and keep scaling. They get baited into going on to Gory. They will actually finish that turret off, but a nice fight out of the Golden Guardians will allow them to even out the mid lane turrets there.
I mean, it's literally a fight on 3 different fronts as River, Tower, and the flank over the wall. Dragon was secured by the Guardians. The tower goes to PSG. So net positive, you have to feel a little bit more LCS favored?
It still feels good for both teams. I think at the end of the day, Golden Guardians stops the Dragon stacking out of PSG. They're able to grab the mid lane turret. They win a fight. But at the same time, PSG did not lose too much. Initially, it looks like a clean pickoff potentially onto Gory with this flash ult combo, the Everfrost to follow up on the tail end of it. He's going to be locked in place for a long time, but just barely able to get out of there before the Kha'Zix showed up for the isolation damage. He kind of giving his life up and landing a ton of damage there for the rest of the team, giving FLICKR the potential setup. You see how annoying Exhaust is for the Kennen here. And it looked like it was going to be a very clean fight there, but you know, at the end of the day, PSG still had the Ezreal left up at the end of the fight to grab that turret on the tail end.
Yeah, I think that PSG walk away knowing that they got another kill onto their Ezreal, and he's scaling it very nicely, but the fact that Golden Guardians were able to find a great fight just goes to show that when PSG are the initiators, that's actually a worse position for them to be in, because it makes it so much easier for Golden Guardians to actually get that re-engage. Oh, you want to actually engage onto my set? Cool, that then gives my set an engage onto you, and then the Kennen gets a very easy follow-up. Did, of course, commit Licorice's flash in that exchange, so Golden Guardians likely going to want that back up before they force another fight. But overall, Golden Guardians showcasing the power of their 5 versus 5, and something that PSG will have to be cautious of as they move forward in this game.
And we're definitely talking PSG like they have this massive scaling advantage. To be fair, it's not huge. Obviously,
yeah,
Kai'Sa
exactly.
does scale well. Both mid laners are more utility setup, pick focus, skirmishy junglers, team fighting topsides, and a lot of it is going to be about execution. Does Golden Guardians get this engaged cleanly, or is Waku going to survive it and then be able to pelt them from the outside of the fight?
Will be also very valuable is to get a better look at sort of late game decision making, macro around the map. We haven't had a sort of game state for either of these squads here at MSI that's played out this way. We've seen both of them have impactful early games. They were very respectful, very hesitant. And now with the second tower falling for Golden Guardians, the map will be a little bit wider, a little bit more open, which I think in theory could potentially open up some possibilities for PSG. If you look at the likes of the Kha'Zix or the Ezreal, Immobility potentially looking for picks.
Going big picture, looking at the rest of the series based off game 1, this is why people were kind of debating, is it PSG or Golden Guardians who are going to get the last slot coming into this event? And then it kind of swung Golden Guardians' way as we see pickoff potential.
There's a hop over the wall, immediate flash there, and River has escaped with his life. Very good reaction time. Gory, Spirit rushes forward. The charm connects onto Woody, but there's no follow-up just yet. And all of a sudden, it fizzles once more. Looking for those picks, but there's just not enough to stick it.
A little over-ambitious there from Gory. Does connect the charm, but onto Woody, and it was very difficult for the rest of Golden Guardians to follow up. That's an ultimate down now. With the Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half, you should have that back in time. A lot of fighting over the river between two teams. And that is not intended to be a pun. But
it's very difficult.
It's a difficult one when PSG are actually so very good at controlling the space and making it difficult for their opposition to access these neutral objectives.
I mean, both top laners also have that teleport available. They were trading in the bottom lane. Still a significant advantage there for Licorice as he's pushing the way forward, but has he stuck around just a little too long? Void Assault is available for Junjia. Fish lose that belt, dash a little forward, all out, gets knocked into the wall, may be able to pick up the solo kill before Junjia can arrive, and it will be bounced back 1 for 1 in the bottom lane.
Nice trade there by Licorice after getting collapsed on top of finishing off Aja before Junjia get in range.
Here's the claw, will put some distance away. Beautiful charm, instantly cleansed. Foxfire is out, and River can't connect with the CC, so Ubao escapes for now.
No flash for River. The fact that was forced out in the previous pickoff attempt by TSG might have just saved Yubao's life there. Otherwise, you have to imagine River would have flashed with a stun there, maybe force Ebao's flash out as well. Instead, everyone disengages.
How much faith do you have in Golden Guardian's late game as we're ramping up to these very 2, 3, 4 item team fights?
I'm relatively confident in it. Golden Guardians is a well-rounded team in the sense that they have a lot of people who can carry. As you see, FLICKR getting this 1-for-1 here. They have interesting drafts and generally good team fighting. But I think that's also PSG's strength. They have seemed to get better the longer these games go on, both domestically and in this tournament. So it is definitely going into the wheelhouse of what PSG feels comfortable doing.
Now, Dragon has been started by PSG. I saw in-game FLICKR pinging his ultimate, still about 20 seconds away, but Golden Guardians making the choice to force the Baron. PSG recognize that this is happening and they're looking to try and respond. Junjia has now arrived, and this will actually force PSG off the neutral. They know that Aja doesn't have the teleport, so they're not going to take the gamble and have him solo it.
For the fight, Charm was a little short. Flank potential is there for Huhi, trying to find that angle while Junjia's on the Dragon.
I do think that you could just send Wako there, though. If you're really that concerned, he does still have the TP. Ezreal shouldn't have an issue when it comes to soloing this, as GG look for a fight.
Here comes River, caught Aji, gets shield punched, and Ubao steps out. Not the right engage, not the right grouping. So Dragon number 3 goes the way of PSG. Golden Guardians straight back to Baron.
Yeah, Golden Guardians trying to bait PSG off the Dragon initially while waiting for FLICKR's ult to come off cooldown, but PSG initially reacts, then goes mid lane, leaves 4 there, leaks out Junjia, a very strong champion for soloing down the Dragon. Grabbed that one very easily, and PSG have continued their Dragon stacking ways. That's something they love doing.
Huhi's looking for that flank. Still has the showstopper. Pull Junjia backwards. Claw goes out. Team's starting to trade sides. PSG pushing towards the middle lane. And some of this indecision or inability to get onto PSG may cause a problem for the Golden Guardians.
I mean, Golden Guardians are scrambling right now. They're really trying to find a fight, and PSG are just not giving it to them. If you want to credit PSG for anything, it is their ability to stall. They're a team that is great at playing patiently, and they won't feel the need to overforce anything. Golden Guardians have lost their window to really force that Baron. And now, as PSG get that push in...
He's still there, by the way.
Oh,
Huhi's still there. The showstopper comes out, but FLICKR is too far away. Huhi gets enough shield to survive for now. And the potential was available. Forces the flash out of Huhi. FLICKR was too far away. Huhi had an opportunity. I mean, Vedi, help me understand here. Is this good macro? Is this like, because I can't quite get a grasp on how I feel about this very pensive play.
Basically, Golden Guardians were late in terms of the Dragon setup. The fact that PSG had started it first, Golden Guardians then said, well, we need to use the Baron to either force PSG to come and fight us, or we need to use it to commit this Baron down. They weren't expecting, I think, PSG to just immediately sack the Dragon and then come and contest them. So in a 5v5 mid, they tried to find the fight, but this is something we were talking about earlier. PSG have great range and poke that they can keep leveraging.
Oh my word. They've managed to find a pick onto Junjia, who just waltzed into the River. River goes forward once again. That burst damage is massive. The resets are so valuable. And now with 2 kills secured, Golden Guardians considering that Baron.
Heads up play by River there, never actually resetting, staying in there the entire time, finding the kill into Junjia, no jungler. The follow-up onto Wako means this is basically uncontestable by PSG. Massive play by the mid-jungle combo of Golden Guardians.
And after 25 minutes of very defensive play, that one decision to not recall, to not back, maybe lulling PSG into a sense of security, they just walked into the River and got jumped on.
Yeah, River's positioning was something that PSG were not expecting at all. Junjia is not on a champion that can easily face check, and Golden Guardians convert that into a Baron. They must have felt very frustrated after the last play, not being able to find a good fight, losing their flash onto Huhi. The fact that River was able to make his way in here and that Gory was able to quickly follow up. Look, no hesitation there. The flash from him. Stixay committing the ultimate as well.
Oh, the
and
shift
this commitment
forward.
here. Oh, River, of course, commits the flash as well into the isolation Q damage from his own jungler. FLICKR now in a bit of danger.
A little bit. Throws out the ultimate. 2 members on him for now. Slicing Maelstrom's done a lot already. As Archer gets the kill. He's made it out for now. Charm, fantastic. Wako's now running for his life. Exhaust will buy some time. River steps forward with that Heartbreaker and continuing to chase. The tower still standing. 26 minutes in with Baron-empowered minions. 4 members of Golden Guardians will secure the tower. And PSG are low. They're going to be forced to reset, get back to base. And with the minion line still there, Golden Guardians could look for another.
Nice pick off by PSG there, but not healthy enough on the tail end of it to actually defend the push quite yet. 4v5, they're still going in. FLICKR is up at 20. Will have TP when he reses.
X-Flash is available for Huhi. Ultimate is available as well. And with that cannon minion, they're starting to chip away. They're looking for it. Junji's going to make his way out of the base. He's on the steps for now. That's the engage. Pulled forward. Showstopper down. Oh, she's pushed backwards. Gory's trying to get the damage out, but too many members of PSG stepping forward. Stixxay manages to take him down with the Acathian Rain. The minions have been cleared out, so the tower still stands. Another pick. After 25 minutes of defensive play, now Golden Guardians are building up the tempo and throwing themselves at PSG.
Looks scary for a second there. Aja with the 3-man Q knocked backwards, but it baits Wako into his second mispositioning in the late game here again, stepping too far forward. Stixxay's Q finishing him off. During that time, FLICKR as well, trying to get the mid lane turret down, but Golden Guardians make good use of this Baron buff, growing up to a 6,000 gold lead, a 4,000 gold power play on the tail end.
I think the Golden Guardians are really good at pushing their advantage when they've gotten it. And I think that the fact that they were able to find a tier 2 tower on the bot, huge credit to them. The Dragon spawns in 30 seconds. They know they need to reset for this objective. Otherwise, it could be a soul for PSG and a way back for them into this game.
Plus 3,500 gold here for the Red Bull Baron power play. And looking at Junji on this Kha'Zix, I haven't seen the impact on the game. By contrast, like Rivers Viego in the fights, having a big impact with that ult with the resets. And I just think now, as PSG are starting to fall behind, to be pushed further and further back, it may be a little more challenging. If you look at the minimap though, multiple members of PSG, they're pushing that top lane. I don't think this little experiment has worked out. The tower is going to fall. Nobody from PSG is in base to defend just yet. The inhibitor is just going to be completely conceded.
Really nice bluff call by Golden Guardians there. I think PSG is assuming that they're just going to use the tail end of their Baron buff to get Prio in order to go to the Dragon. Yep. And PSG's like, great, we'll flip side to the top side of the map because we can sack a Dragon. Golden Guardians just say, nah, we're using the end of this Baron to get mid inhib.
Really great awareness there from Golden Guardians. They find themselves another advantage. They will secure the Dragon as well, sub 30 minutes. And it's the Guardians that have firm control over this game. A slow back and forth in the early game, but I think this is where Golden Guardians look the most comfortable, and that might seem like a silly thing to say. When a team is ahead, they look good. But I think the Golden Guardians have, one of the things I felt that we saw in their finals against Cloud9 was that they could get these leads, but sometimes it could be challenging for them to consistently close those leads out. And I think that throughout this tournament especially, we've seen them grow and develop in terms of that mid-game control. And it was even FLICKR saying in an interview that as long as they can get that early game better under control, then they believe in their ability to close out in the mid to late game. And right now, their setup around Baron is good. You imagine that the next play is keep control of a mid, push out top, get control of a top side vision, and then start playing towards this Baron. Ideally, they want to find a pick, and they don't want to go for a gamble 50-50, especially against a champion like Kha'Zix.
I mean, both of the picks that have led to the big advantages here for the Golden Guardians have come from what felt like a bit of a surprise to PSG. That River pick where he delayed his back, the Baron push, catching PSG off guard. Either very, very good calls here from Golden Guardians kind of in the heads, or surprising PSG, or maybe PSG just a little bit rattled. Because right now they're being pushed back. You can see this potential setup, a minute 20 for Baron, so wards being established, and they will be able to use that objective to bait them back.
And this is just perfect setup from Golden Guardians right now. Ideally, they need to get bot under control a little bit. They could send Gory to go and catch that wave, knowing that he does have TP. But right now, their priority is playing through 2 lanes. They're keeping mid pushed in, they're keeping top pushed in, and they're remaining in the top side jungle looking for picks, seeing if anyone from PSG oversteps. You'll see who he has just done a reset. He's picked himself up more wards. And Golden Guardians in firm control around this Baron. Now, they just need to not throw it away.
Thanks for the caster curse, Vedius. I appreciate it. Licorice just got his TP back up in a couple of seconds here, so that's why he had been grouped up with the team. Baron wasn't up yet either. Now that it's 30 seconds towards Baron, his TP is almost up. He's going to start pressuring down this bot side, try and pull PSG a little bit apart here. Nice ward clearing on the side of Golden Guardians, making use of that Umbral Glaive out of Jinji. It's very hard to keep wards up if you're not actively defending them on the side of Golden Guardians.
Yeah, because PSG now have to use their turn to try and re-clear some of that vision, especially with Licorice investing time down towards the bot side of the map. He's now gotten that initial push in. Now he's looked to regroup with the team. And now that PSG don't have any wards left, this is Golden Guardians' opportunity to clear out all of that vision and can make it completely dark on the top side of the map.
Does feel like Gory and River have been the 2 key playmakers for Golden Guardians. Worth noting that both of them spent time in the PCS, time with PSG. The ones that got away, getting the leads for Golden Guardians here.
I mean, Gory's still deathless on this Ari. 3rd game at MSI. Baron is pulling PSG towards Golden Guardians, who he flashes available. Showstopper's up as well. He's managed to find unique angles to engage, but this time around, PSG aware. They've split themselves up. They've got very good defensive vision, and And the objective has not yet been started.
No, I will say Golden Guardians have conceded a lot more space, and I don't love this Baron because of how much of a flip they're creating. There is still a control ward in the back of the pit. Junjia has clear access for a steal.
It's going pretty low, 6,000 hit points. Flash as well as Maelstrom is available. Teleport coming in for FLICKR from behind. Wako and Junjia, the two targets, but it's Wako that's taken down. FLICKR gets the kill. Ubas now being running back, retreating for his life. PSG surprised once more.
Nice flank there, finding the kill into Wako, but he's the only one that dropped, and it cost them 3 ultimates to make it happen. Not sure if Golden Guardians want to restart onto this Baron without many tools to actually lock down Junjia. They're going to go for it, bring them back in. PSG moving into contest.
Showstopper's still up for Huhiming. Maybe need to use that, get rid of the jungler. Turns his attention to Woody. Pulled out of the pit. 5 members of Guardians. 17 seconds for Wako. Teleport is available. He's also got that true shot barrage. Baron is now down. 4,000. 3,000. The claw goes forward. 1,000. Baron secured by Golden Guardians. Huhi engages, catches Woody, and Junjia is burnt down, running away once more. This is the next target. Teleport's coming forward. Wako, can he finish this off for PSG? Is it too little or too late? River's going low. Heartbreaker's out. Woody's now going to fall, and Wako's running for his life. Junjia throws out those missiles, hops over the wall with the arcane shift. Heartbreaker once more. River's dropped, and Wako will be the final kill. Huhi steps forward and punches him in the face. One last kill for Golden Guardians and the ace. They turn their attention to the Nexus.
5 for 2, victory for Golden Guardians, and mid-wave already shoving in after grabbing that inhibitor turret. The teleport's going to come in to try and end this game.
A beautiful fight from PSG as they fall short to Golden Guardians. It looked like a good opportunity. It looked like it could have gone so heavily in PSG's favor, but Golden Guardians stamped their authority. They stamped their victory, and they're looking to go 1-up in this series.
Golden Guardians pick up the first win, the best of 5. One step closer to that bracket stage. And I'm going to be honest, that was an interesting game to watch. That final fight, had Wako had arrived a couple seconds earlier, may have been able to have more of an impact, but definitely not what I was expecting, definitely not the tempo that I was anticipating, and the way that it ended with so many of those unique approaches to the teleports and plays. I want to see what PSG do as a reply.
I mean, I think the Golden Guardians, in terms of draft, got everything that they wanted. Yeah. I think that they played the fights very well, and huge credit. They've had some great teleport flanks. FLICKR, once again, having massive impact in these games. I was concerned with how much vision they were conceding in the topside jungle, and I felt like that this was a mistake, and I do wonder if this was part of their master plan to leave that single ward in to allow for a TP flank for the Kennen, because that really cemented the game victory for Golden Guardians.
It does feel like a game where, in a lot of ways, PSG was able to execute on their own game plan in terms of slowing the pace of play down, stacking the dragons. It was just these little moments where Golden Guardians found their angles, the first blood, the river camp in the brush, and then that TP flank for the Baron. If these little moments go differently, it's very easily a PSG game.
I mean, it'll be intriguing to look back because PSG did a pretty good job at clearing all of Golden Guardians' wards out from that top quadrant of the jungle. But obviously that very, very deep ward just a little bit missed. Was it a really good play, really decisive one, or a small mistake? Either way, Golden Guardians used
They made it work,
exactly.
and that's all that matters.
They
you know what I mean?
made it work.
You get the dub, you don't look back at it. What's VOD review? You instantly start talking about game 2.
Now the question is, with that Kennen still picking up a win, but not necessarily have the same level of impact, in Golden Guardians, now that they are going to potentially be on that red side, do they risk it? Do they ban it away?
I mean, it didn't like 1v9 the game, but it had a massive gold lead on its own. It found a number of team fights. They tried to attack it in the side lane. FLICKR was able to find a 1v1 trade kill out there. So like, this is a champion that I think PSG took a risk on leaving up, and they learned their lesson.
For me, it's just this Ahri plus River on something that can do stuff champion duo. Like,
pretty good.
I think that you can't afford to give Gory something that has this much agency. Yep. You saw how much push he had in mid, how well he was working with River, and how quickly he could follow up on those picks. I think you have to take this Ahri away from
We're going to find out what the plan is after the next segment with the Analyst Desk. We'll break down game number 1.
Thank you, Quick Shot. Golden Guardians take the first game here. And Odo, thank you for joining us on the desk.
My pleasure.
Congrats, making it to MSI. I'll spare you the jokes of Excel making it to MSI, and we'll go straight into the draft discussion here, because GB, we set up the fact that GG could be creative, PSG could be creative also, and we got a lot of new picks here for this game.
We certainly saw a lot of new things as well coming through with it. Warco's Ezreal, it's its second most played champion coming into this series. Medic gave me the good stat that 70% win rate for him as well in that regard. But I think it was very interesting. It's been a while since we've just seen Ezreal, Karma to come through, and even more interesting to see a set be locked into against it. You kind of have to flip it. Golden Guardian still did it, but very interesting new draft. I don't know if you have any takeaways straight from it.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. I think the set pick didn't really make a lot of sense, or the comp didn't make a lot of sense, because I think Ezreal was a monster pick this game, but I think it was paying off very, very well up until the point where they made a mistake around Nashor. But up until that point, I felt like Ezreal was going to take over the game, and I don't know, Kaisa didn't really make a lot of sense into it, but they pulled it off.
Let's take a look at the breakdown, maybe post-game, to see how this game was paced weirdly, as the caster said. And GB, we've been used to PSG being not proactive in the early game. That was the case of this again, which allowed maybe GG to come back later on. But what did you think about the early game and how it played out?
I think it was very slow-paced. I think Golden Guardians was actually really happy with the fact that it became as slow-paced as it did. I think when you had Insta or Perma-Bot Prio from the side of PSG, they could have used that a bit more cleverly. I think Kha'Zix never really got ahead, and it kind of turned into this weird state where it's not necessarily there wasn't anything happening in between objectives, but there certainly wasn't happening as much as there would be when the objectives was up.
Yeah, I mean, I think the early gank from Diego was monumental for GG to slow it down, because otherwise Ezreal Karma were going to take over the lane very well. And I also think that when it came to the Herald timer, I think PSG bot lane made one mistake where GG just got the Herald for free, which I think, I don't know, given how Karma and Ezreal were taking over the lane, it should have been at least slightly more contested.
We've talked about the opportunities as PSG should have seized, rather they didn't, which played in the favor of Golden Guardians here, leading to the 17-minute team fight where when you're not proactive enough and GG can create opportunities, this is what happens for them. I'll let you go through this fight, GB.
Me and Oda was watching this clip back, and in the beginning of it, you can clearly see that it's actually been on the side of PSG that's been stacking up a lot of Drakes that have two for themselves. But Golden Guardians somehow break it apart, and they get the prio first. But something interesting will happen here, right, Odo?
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting, because here there is a mid wave right there. They're choosing not to contest it, and they're kind of luring PSG to walk into the river, because if you look at GG's team form, they don't really have a lot of teamfight power. They only have a lot of flanks with the Ahri and the Kennen, and given the position, Kennen is just sitting on a flank the whole time and waiting for PSG to walk in. But now that the Drake is gone, GG thinks they can just safely walk back to mid lane, and then PSG finds a scrap fight, which I think came kind of like out of thin air, but they're not really committed. Kha'Zix, I felt like he had a great opportunity to jump in, but I guess he's just scared of the set re-engage, but I still feel like it was a missed opportunity for PSG to grab something out of that play.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, do you think it came down to the decision-making or the lack of, rather the hesitation in the decision-making as well in a play like that?
I mean, I just think they were unsure of the situation, because normally you would see them, trade into top side, walk into top, get the tempo fast, but they were looking for a pick back on the way to mid lane, and I just think there was a lot of hesitation. I think the Lissandra just saw an opportunity, and they were like, probably saying, look, this is a good fight or something, and then everyone's like, it just came out of nothing, and then people are not really ready to pull the trigger over there.
For sure, and I think that was one of the reasons why the game became more messy for PSG too. While they had opportunities to take control of the game, they became sloppy, and a few of the individuals just started getting caught too.
Yeah, hesitations, a few mistakes, few slip-ups on their side leading to the Baron, and for me, when GG got the lead, they didn't let it go, and PSG was not even able to fight back.
Yeah, I think for sure that this is the big one as well, because it's kind of random, isn't it? It's just a normal setup. You're just waiting in the bush, Kha'Zix walking face first in, and that's just a huge pickup. Gory coming in quickly to pick up the kill.
Yeah, I think Kha'Zix just missed, I don't know, he just didn't think of his tempo that well. I think he thought that they are ahead of tempo probably, and they thought they could just walk in and then sit on the brush, just throw Kha'Zix W and everything and take control of the situation. But it didn't work like that, because if they're behind in tempo and they don't have Cassante to face the brushes, their comp has nothing.
So resetting for the next game, PSG chose blue side, as it would be expected here. What kind of improvements and adaptation do we want to see, both in draft and in-game, maybe, in the way they approach the game plan?
Yeah, I also think there's a lot more freedom that's going to be let open for PSG now that Golden Guardians has to go on red side. There's a couple more bans that you have to throw out yourself. I don't actually imagine that Golden Guardians themselves would like to play against the Kennen. I think that's like one of the red side bans, because even in this game it was hard to counter, but it also allows you to get Junji on a Kindred, have the Galio ready as well if that's what you're looking into. And so far both teams have been very good at bringing different composition. So it's hard to pinpoint what exactly will happen, but I'm sure we'll see a lot of adaptations coming through from PSG.
Odo, what do you want to see in game 2?
Yeah, I mean, I still think their draft was okay. You know, in this game, it's just they had one slip up because even though they had a bad early game, they kind of took control of the game back in mid game, and it was just one slip up. They lost Baron, but now they're in the driver's seat with blue side. I would like to see Kennen if they can get it. Of course, this game it has been kind of a sleeper strong pick. We didn't really see a lot from him, but just being able to be uncounterable in laning phase and pretty much set your team up for the first 10 minutes to do very well. I think it's gonna be super strong for them on blue side if they can get it.
Well, let's see what happens next as the Golden Guardians continue their underdog story and take game 1 in this best of 5 on their way to the bracket stage. We'll be back for game 2 right after this.
Breaker forward, River is being chunked out from Wako. Wako now may be the next target. Stun connects, first blood secured by Golden Guardians and River. The shield keeps River alive just enough to get away.
I'm hitting the front, It's not bad, it's not bad. It's good, go.
Oh, too many members of PSG stepping forward. Stixxay manages to take him down with the Acathian Rain. The minions have been cleared out, so the tower still stands.
Come. I can ult. Nice! Baron in turn! Kill this guy.
Golden Guardians pick up the first win. Best of 5, one step closer to that bracket stage.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Welcome back to MSI 2023, the final series of the play-in stage. We're dropping in hard. Game 2 draft PSG down 0-1. They selected the blue side and have banned away the Rakan, the LeBlanc, followed by Aphelios and
Do you know what's going to happen, Mark?
Ezreal, yeah.
Do you know what's going to happen? They're going to first pick something OP, and then Golden Guardians is going to pick Lucianami.
Well, I mean, it feels like they are setting it up, and Golden Guardians in one of their series played one of these red side, leave everything up games. They weren't the one who did it, but they did get to benefit from it. It is a very viable strategy on red side to say, yep, screw the OPs. Okay, they do give one respect. They do give the Kennen OP respect ban over, but the other two targeting Wako instead, who had a great lane phase, but a little disappointing in the mid to late game, stepping forward too far a few times.
I do like the Ahri ban there, denying that to Gory. He's had such significant impact.
Feels good when the teams do what the casters say.
Now,
Shot,
the question is,
you're validated.
What do you want to see from Junjia? Because the Kha'Zix is not a champion that's associated
I
with
knew it was going to be the
right?
Lucian first pick. Like, they want to make sure that Wako is on something that has agency and something he is comfortable on.
I hope Golden Guardians did the research, because this is actually the most played champion for Wako on the year. Yes, obviously Golden Guardians do play a very nice Lucianami themselves. I hope they did not think that something else would be left up. They would grab that instead. But it is going to be a Lucianami they'll have to play into. We'll see what they have prepared.
That means the Vi gets to come out, and the Vi Annie. Okay, so Golden Guardians.
Those are the other OPs.
Congratulations, you got your Lucian. We are now going to pick the other S-tier champions in the meta. And what a duo they've now set up for themselves. Of course, Ahri works so very well with Vi because of how easy it is in terms of mobility. The difference in this combo is that it's Annie that has the setup instead of the Vi. So while Vi lands the ultimate into then the Ahri follow-up, Annie can flash ult into then the Vi follow-up, which basically means that this combo can do just as much destruction in the mid-jump.
And it does play to what Golden Guardians love to do on red side, which is flex picks. We did see Uhi playing the Annie. Gory can obviously grab it as well, so it does give them the option as this draft progresses to decide if they want to put it into the Lucianami and try and go maybe a kill lane or something like that.
Ooh, I don't like that.
No me gusta.
This is much happier for me, because when you take a look at Junjia as a player, Sejuani is his second most played champion this year, 7 games, 7 wins. He's traditionally a bit more of a facilitator and engage type of jungler. So that carry Kha'Zix is not something that we associate with how PSG have won throughout the entire year. And to answer the question for the bottom lane, it's going to be that Zeri. So it could be Zeri Annie, it could be Zeri plus support, depending on how the rest of the draft pans out.
My expectations are that Zeri Lulu will be the priority for the bot lane. I know that during the regular season, the whole world handshook Lucianami with Zeri Lulu. Normally it's on that 1-2 item spike that Lucian's able to have the advantage. But I wouldn't be surprised to see the what words am I looking for?
Lulu.
The Lulu banned away. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it does. One of the power of the flex picks is any team can ban out those other options, but you can, of course, then just slam the Annie back down to the bot lane. I was oohing the Tristana, sorry to distract you, because that is a very common Golden Guardians champion, but they've seen enough out of Yubao to know that they do not want to give that one over. It's a very impressive double marksman composition that we've seen out of PSG quite a few times. They just go heavy pushing lanes. And Jinjia on the Sejuani is more about stabilizing them, getting vision out, which is what he loves to do so much, which also speaks to why Kha'Zix is not exactly in his wheelhouse, where you're often more looking to isolate targets, catch them face checking you, as opposed to being grouped up, working front to back through vision.
And of course that Lulu was banned away, so another ding 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 there. So what does Huhi want to pull out of the bag? K'Sante, the next ban here from Guardians.
These bans are weird from Golden Guardians, because if I'm Golden Guardians, I would have first picked the K'Sante blind top. Like, it's proven to be a very effective answer for Golden Guardians, but I guess they're arguing we see the support, we can just lock that in now, and then we'll save counter pick for FLICKR, I guess.
It is something that they've done more in the postseason. We talked about before Golden Guardians during the regular season. Ooh,
Why did they ban Silas? Because I'm pretty annoyed now because I was going to say, oh, you know, you go for the Cassandra here for Golden Guardians, and then you probably respond with something like the Silas plus the Sejuani makes such a strong
especially with the
combo.
Tristana ban, oftentimes if you're playing Tristana, you don't want to play it into a Silas, but instead both of them are already banned. Very weird. Now you get the Poppy first pick, so your little theory.
I'm so confused.
Dude, you were like, I love it when I get to predict things because it makes me feel validated. You get the Lulu right, and instantly everything else goes wrong.
I'm so confused, because the thing about the Silas is it also suggests that PSG are concerned about the Annie actually going into the support position, which by locking in the top lane now, which is why I also think Cassandra could have made a lot of sense, is it still leaves that room for interpretation. Where is the Annie going? Golden Guardians can make the decision at the last moment.
Yeah, clearly what Golden Guardians has done here is said, hey, our mid-jungle 2v2 is very important, so as we see a potential lock-in here of the Olaf.
Oh, right.
Golden Guardians are giving last pick to their mid laner. That does speak to the Cassante, though. Like, maybe you leave it up so you can continue to flex that between mid and top, because FLICKR obviously can play the Cassante as well, but instead going for a simpler game plan here, slam the Poppy down, and get ready to give Gory a good 2v2 mid lane matchup with whatever they take, which happened to be the Talia.
Well, the Olaf was pivoted away from. I just got no games played on that one throughout the year, but second most is the Gnar. And now we figure out, where does this Annie go? Will it be in the bottom lane? Probably leaning that way for now. But I mean, in terms of the drops, I mean, Vedi, not playing out, especially in phase 2 the way we were anticipating. Do you like how it was rounded with the Talia and the Gnar from PSG?
I mean, I think I would have preferred Olaf. Lysandra, okay. So typically when you're drafting a Sejuani, you want melee champions that can better enable her, right? Her passive better works with things like Silas, with things like Olaf. And I think that in terms of having a strong top side, that would have made a lot of sense. PSG, by going for the Talia and the Gnar in the second half, heavily pivoted their draft and say, we're not top side, we're a bot side focused team. We want to make sure that we can play through this Lucian army, we can get them ahead, and a lot of that is going to work off the back of Yubao getting Pryo in mid, leveraging that wall to be able to roam down to bot side and threaten dives. I'm not a massive fan of this Lysandra answer because I think that in terms of early Pryo, you really are going to struggle. In terms of utility and in terms of the matchup, sure, it's great. You have a lot of crowd control, and but all of your damage then kind of falls on the responsibility of Stixxay, which in the late game could be problematic, especially when you have things like a Talia who can really mitigate some of these high mobility AD.
Yeah, it does speak to the fact that we're talking about PSG on blue side liking a lot of high prio lanes. They do have a lot of pushing lanes here, and they should be able to get out of them and go bot lane. And we have seen that Stixxay has fallen behind a couple times in these series, obviously in the Elk one, but just last game, again, Wako having a great time against him in lane phase. Feels like a bit of an all-in on that kind of gameplay where you want to make plays happen around the bot side of the map. Talia's going to go down there, but I do like how much pushing power PSG has, and it's on, this time around, Golden Guardians to kind of weather some of these early laning struggles.
I think from a Golden Guardians perspective, maybe hopeful that PSG will play the way they have throughout the majority of the year. Haven't been necessarily the most dominant of early game teams, not just reliable and structured. I think for Junjia, though, I'm significantly happier to see him on that Sejuani, because with those pushing lanes, with the Sejuani, and with, frankly, all of the combinations, has a lot of tools available to him. And Junjia is one of the players in our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup going into River on that Vi. So the question is now, with the roles somewhat reversed. Game 1, very slow out the gate, very tempered, but it was PSG, the ones that were being pushed back slowly, slowly, slowly. Now they've got the sort of priority in lanes. That means they could look for those opportunities.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the junglers for both these teams are the engine for a lot of the plays. Invade here from Golden Guardians, shoving Yubao off his point, wanting to get a ward down early on. See potentially where Junjia is starting. No, just threatening.
Wait, where did his ward go?
Didn't end up dropping one. Just threatened the ward.
Did he not?
Don't think so.
Doesn't look like it's about sending
well, it's
the
just I
message
see it
there.
on cooldown, so unless I'm...
Maybe initially went sweeper and swapped off somehow or something? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, somehow Stixxay.
Okay.
Oh, is in bot lane. Bot lane. There it is. We're blind.
We're
blind.
You
know
I was
what?
like, I swear there's a ward.
It's the icon on top of it. You can't see the ward in the minimap.
Okay.
It's not our fault.
It's not our fault.
Stixxay won't be the first person to get chunked just a little. Winnie and Wako now being pushed backwards. I want to see what sort of lane dominance or control this Lucian army can generate. We have seen the influence, and look, Wako already starting to step forward. Woody is going to use that ebb and flow and a lot of aggressive trading just here at level 1.
Yeah, obviously Golden Guardian's willing to walk up and trade. He loves taking the E level 1 with the auto attack range of Annie, absorb some of those trades, poke back, but the sustain from Woody looking pretty good right now.
We need to see if either of them go for that next engage. Level 2 is just moments away. And right now, middle lane currently being pushed towards Ubao. Literally, Observer's baiting us a little bit. Step forward there from Wako. Stun connects and nothing further following from it. So in terms of the early laning phases now, let's keep an eye then on what PSG can do. Because like we said, they've got the ability to shove in, have a lot of power to play with. And Junjie is going to look to sort of bounce back on that game 1 performance. Didn't really show up on the Kazakhs. Be a lot more comfortable here in Sejuani, and we can watch all 3 lanes at once. Thank you.
Yeah, talk about some of the history for both these junglers. We've heard a lot about Junjie being the sub-EDG jungler and brought in to kind of help embody that play style. But for River, actually, he is a 3-time PCS champion with PSG, made multiple international tournaments, done quite well with them. And Gory, as recently as last summer, was the mid laner for PSG, first in the regular season before having a bit of a collapse in the postseason. So it's probably a bit of a bitter pill to swallow for some PSG fans watching to know ex-players of yours going back to the LCS and helping carry this Golden Guardians team.
Also impressive that for the organization, 5 new players can use the year, still able to pick up that title. Not something you see a whole lot of, you know, a complete rebuild, all 5 members and still being able to pick up the win. Right now, they're on that front foot. You can see top lane and middle lane pushed forward, so Scuttle Crab will be secured here by Junjie. Where is River? He's making his way down towards the bottom. River had a very good gank timing in game number 1, having a little bit of a surprise onto the bottom lane of Wako and Woody. Now, looking for an opportunity, obviously with Ubao backing, there won't be anything to play with there. So yeah, another defensive stop for the first few minutes. Playing out somewhat as I was expecting.
It's a very, what's the word? Diplomatic way of saying slow.
Boring is what you wanted to say. It's okay, guys. We're all honest here. Let's just say.
That's not the right word. The thing that I think is very interesting is that because we've been so, we've had so much fun with like the chaos and the high kill games throughout the past few days. It has baited me into forgetting the fact that in BO5s, they are traditionally slower. Well, it's something that PSG
here's
tends
what
to
I will
slow down.
say, that for both of these teams, like when you look at some of the teams in the bracket stage, right? T1, a very dominant early game team. Mad Lions, a very aggressive early game team. Even Cloud9, like JDG, there are all these teams that are more than happy to fight you in the early game. And I'd like to see them be able to like show me something a little bit more, be proactive in the early game. Admittedly though, in the way that they've drafted, right now, it is hard for them to find anything like level 1, level 2, level 3. When these level 6s come through, I do want to see PSG threatening dives bot. They've drafted in a way that is very much around their bot side of the map, so I want to see them build advantages in that area of the map.
Yeah, Junjie spotted on a ward coming down here as a wave comes in for Golden Guardians. Bit of an awkward spot. You can see River making his way down from the top jungle to the bot to potentially help protect Golden Guardians here. I was going to follow up on that point. Same case for Golden Guardians here, very level 6 oriented. Composition for the most part with Lissandra, Annie, and Vi becoming a lot stronger at 6. And it's also worth noting that PSG is going to be the team with Prio in a lot of these situations, and they are, of the 2 teams, the slower pace, not always the most bloodthirsty, and instead going for control. But Golden Guardians actually starting off the Dragon.
Yeah, we saw the River stepping forward. A couple of wards were placed just behind the Dragon Pit, with the bottom lane somewhat under control, thanks to Styx and Heavy. This looks to be a little bit of a risky one, down to 2,000 hit points. Woody going to be backed up by Junjie. We've got a 4v4 setup. Teleports available for both top laners and level 6. Inside the pit is secured by River. Now Gory follows on, connects with the Ring of Frost, is shoved backwards, flash over the wall from Ubao, but Dragon secured by Golden Guardians, and they're able to fend off the defense.
So I love the proactivity here from Golden Guardians. They knew that they had the push in bot. They also saw that Gory got level 6 first, so they wanted to take advantage of that. They immediately start the Dragon off. They were able to find this pocket of vision that PSG didn't have, which meant that they could start the objective, and while it was a good attempt from Junjie to steal that one away, unfortunately for PSG, they could not secure the objective, which means the first Dragon goes over to Golden Guardians.
First Dragon, and loss of 2 flashes there for PSG. Junjie going into the pit, right over the wall with his Q, just looking for the snipe away, but kind of baiting Ubao to step forward at the same time. And instead of Gory going onto Junjie going over the wall, he actually sees Ubao on the ward, and that's where he's going to throw his claw, and the rest of Golden Guardians are going to focus him down as well.
The positioning from Gory was fantastic there as well. Mainly because it he was in a prime position to flank as River looking for something bot.
That's a good stun there onto Woody. River looks for the denting blows, manages to find the hit, flash forward from Stixay, gets the kill. Mokka's trying to get a one reply, there isn't enough just yet, and River's able to escape with his life.
Bit of a funky look on the spectator there, but does get the flash Q, connect follow-up after Huhi forced the flash out. The heal as well, keeping him topped up to make sure Wako could not find the return kill.
This bottom lane is not going the way PSG would have wanted. Not only is Stixay and Huhi getting the shove, they got the dragon. And
now they're looking for a dive top.
Oh, very okay. Now what can they do here? Opposite to what we were anticipating.
But it's Poppy.
Well, there we go. Keeper's verdict. Instantly booting away PSG, and FLICKR has absorbed the pressure, Betty.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very difficult to dive a Poppy. Aside from the ultimate, you also have the steadfast presence, and you've got the shield from the buckler. Like, it's a difficult champion to threaten a dive with, really, especially if you haven't gotten any initial chip damage down. But FLICKR, only utilizing the ultimate, immediately converts it into what was a potential, at worst, 2v1 situation, and is able to walk away safely. So PSG tried to make the cross map happen, and they really get nothing off the back of it.
Didn't cost too many resources invested, though. Junji just kind of ending up on the top side after what happened in the bot side of the map. You know, Ajin losing his ultimate, not a big deal. Very happy to just kind of use that one up, and it's going to be off cooldown basically by the time you hit Mega Gnar form again in lane phase pretty often.
Yeah, you see it used as a trading tool very regularly. A little bit more perplexing, the fact that PSG's first sort of like committed play was towards that top lane, not towards Tsunami. And with Golden Guardians having a pretty strong start to the second game, they're now on the next neutral. Already jumped into the Rift Herald. Good damage there onto FLICKR. And it does look like he's trying to at least body block Ubao. FLICKR now stepping towards the pit. Keeper's verdict not available. Junjia does have level 6. Herald's going low. Will PSG arrive in time? I don't think so just yet. Charging up the Q, secured. It is stolen away by Junjia. In the follow-up fight, that's the cease and desist. Slam the board down, pulled backwards, and Rory will get the kill. The eye was picked up though.
Nice steal there by Junjia, though. I was laughing at that ward. It's in such a tricky position. I'm pretty sure Golden Guardians thought that if there was anything that would have seen the Herald's health, the pink ward in the back of the pit would have seen it. Not the case, though. So Junjia walks up for a very casual smite steal there, but does cost his life.
I mean, River had no smite. He started that objective.
He panicked. He's like,
hey, he was trying to boot the Sejuani out of the pit. But you can see, it's on cooldown right now. So this is a very easy steal for the Sejuani. Junjia just walks up. And the problem for Golden Guardians as well is that they committed their support and AD carry to this play, which means that there was a completely uncontested tower in the bot lane. PSG secure the Herald, and they get 2 plates to their bot lane as well. So this was a massive gold swing in favor of what was a small mistake from Golden Guardians.
It's definitely going to be something that PSG will be happy about, especially because of the sort of power of the composition once they hit the level 6, hit those 1 items. They are down a dragon, but with that Rift Herald as well being in Junjia's inventory, see which lane he wants to prioritize, see which lane he wants to try to unlock. And of course with those plates secured for Waka, there's Lucian as well, getting closer and closer to that mythic.
I'm sure he's going to be going bot lane with these, accelerate that Lucian, get him to his mythic. I'm sure, of course, Woody will actually share the gold as well. One of the times that as a support you're very happy to get accelerated towards your mandate to really turn that build online. The only question is, can they get Prio back in this bot lane? Because after that kill down there, Golden Guardians have usually been in a little bit more control of the lane.
Really solid play overall from the bot lane of Golden Guardians. I'm really impressed with how Gory's playing this matchup. He always seems to maintain the push. And Ubao feels like that he's always under pressure. You see Gory moving first once again, making his way towards bot. This is a decently sized wave. I wonder if Golden Guardians is considering a dive. Yeah, I think it's a little too difficult. You can see Ubao and Junjia ass. The dragon is obviously the play. I wasn't looking in the top right of my screen. The Golden Guardians very on the ball here. Good vision control, but PSG want to contest.
Just a couple steps ahead for now, but Junjia's managed to make it into the pit. Ubao will be late to this one, and Stixay's trying to force that Sejuani back. Dragon ends up being secured without any contest, and Arja continues to apply that pressure until FLICKR. She's generated a 20 CS lead into the Gnar versus Poppy matchup, but I think despite the fact that Golden Guardians have been able to sort of make those first moves, the first blood, first dragon, they were in the Herald pit first. PSG have been able to pick up the CS, the plates, and they are minorly ahead in gold. FLICKR will use that heroic charge. Chunks Arja backwards, steps forward, flashes out just before the denial from FLICKR, and Arja escapes with his life.
Didn't quite have enough
damage or
I
mana, I guess.
for the I was wondering.
Yeah, because usually you see the wall stun alt knock-up combo to keep him locked in place for an extended period of time. That also guarantees the Q proc damage if you do that full combo. Looks like FLICKR ran out of mana, otherwise would have had that solo kill on Mininar.
But still gets himself a play, equalizes the gold, so mitigates that deficit that he was in. The Herald, though, being dropped on the bot side of the map as River pathed up top, and they spotted him out on the ward, which means that Wako should get another influx of gold, and he will. So at long last, this bot lane getting a little bit more gold funneled into it. But you can see the disparity between the 280 carries not that dramatic, as Stixxay did pick up that earlier kill.
No, definitely. And I think for Stixxay and Golden Guardians is one of the primary damage dealers. Later in the game, going to be very, very happy with that. I always personally want to see a little bit more out of Lucian Nami lanes in terms of what they can do in terms of potential, but good play from River, good play from Golden Guardians has meant they've contained it.
Yeah, of course you want to see the solo kills out of the Lucian Nami lane, but honestly, getting a gold lead, getting to your mythics faster, and then when you end up in the mid lane, I think is when you see true Lucian Nami excellence. How you use your Gale Force dash-in combos with your culling to chunk people out, fight for prio in the mid lane. I think that's when the true dominance of the combo can come in. It's not just potential solo kills in the dual lane phase.
Well, I think the ideal setup for a Lucian is that because you run the first strike, you want to be trading as often as possible in lane, which means that you get that slight gold advantage. Because you trade so aggressively, you can get yourself a couple plates, and so you hit those spikes sooner. Maybe you're at 2 items before your opposition is. Maybe you're even at that Gale Force before your opposition is, and you leverage that initial item spike first in order to win out on trades. And many people know that fighting a Lucian, especially around level 11 when he's got more points in it, he's maxed out his Q, a couple points in his E, that's really where this Lucian is very scary in that mid game.
Wako may be called to step up to the plate. We are 2 minutes away from the next dragon, playing on the Infernal Rift, so it's GG once again with this first move. I think Gory has been able to sort of back up the skirmishes just a little quicker. Ubao fighting over this red buff while that's happening.
Only going bot instead.
Top lane. Target is going to be Wako. Flash and Cleanse available to him. He's already flashed and blown up underneath the tower. Weaver's wall brings in Ubao. Gory now under some threat from Junjia. 3 versus 3 in the bottom lane. They get the kill and they get out clean.
A little bit of a misdirection play out of Golden Guardians there. Look like they're posturing around red buff and take a blast cone to find the isolated Wako for another kill. They're not done yet though.
Now the fight coming in. Teleport there from FLICKR underneath the tower. Ring of Frost thrown down and Junjia now trying to survive. The target is Ubao. Junjia finds himself on the tower's doing so much work. Golden Guardians may have bitten off more than they can chew. FLICKR arrives to the party, but it's already over. 3 kills in favor of PSG.
Oh, Golden Guardians rush that play. They find themselves under turret before Licorice has even found himself through the teleport. Lends a very disjointed turret dive. Not the end of the world. Gold lead still relatively close, but some more back in the pockets of PSG.
Quite the ambitious dive, I would say. After getting that initial pick, Golden Guardians thought that they could fight for more, but so much crowd control comes out from the side of Golden Guardians. This is where things start off. Huhi pops the heal early to try and help close the gap with the additional movement speed, and the kill is clean at the start, but this is where things start to go wrong.
Yeah, Stixxay's already half HP. You use some ultimates here, so it's going to be a hard dive, but they think they can get the 5v3. The problem is, you're flashing and starting this before Licorice has even showed up. The Nami wave gets out and interrupts any follow-up damage from coming through. There's all these stopwatches available, so Yubao's going to live for a long period of time. The turret juggling is not super clean either. Just a bit of a disaster play there, given the fact that, of course, they can follow up with this TP.
And I mean, in contrast to what we've seen from Golden Guardians over the last few days, that's a little surprising to me. I think they've had some pretty clean dives. They've looked very controlled and coordinated. The fact they went in before Licorice's TP even finished was absolutely detrimental.
It reminds me of, like, in Valorant, when you never want to, like, fight 1v4, right? You want to take isolated duels.
Yes.
That dive, that's exactly what it looked like, right? PSG could just focus one target at a time. And Junjia, he feels very strong right now, picking up the Warmogs. You can see how much damage he's tanking.
Wow, look at how many members of Guardians are focusing him down. They do get the kill. And with 2 seconds before the Dragon is up, they just 5v1 him basically.
Perhaps too much confidence there from Junjia. I was talking about how he's got to feel really strong right now. Face checks into multiple members of Golden Guardians, and they find a quick pick.
Gives them the 3rd dragon as well. Big overstep there by Junjia. It's the right kind of idea where you want to absorb some damage with the Warmog's rush and then heal up, especially with the more range composition that he has, not having dive buddies. We saw this actually out of him just yesterday, I believe it was, doing a very similar thing with a range-focused composition, rush the Warmogs, and then kind of just frontline face check things and heal up on the tail end. But Golden Guardians had too much damage and too much CC available to let him actually get that reset.
And by contrast from game 1, Golden Guardians Guardians accelerating their like proactive plays, aggressive moves. 3 Dragons with 16 minutes. They've already got themselves that tower. They're also applying pressure. Sorry, correction, they lost the tower. In fact, they're trying to secure the tower in the bottom lane. I think for PSG, they're starting to feel like they're losing a grip on the game. It's still very, very close, of course, but it's been all Golden Guardians. And this time around, Ubao is going to initiate. As I say that, cast a curse of note, they managed to find the pick.
Great pick. River going to be forced out of his bot side as FLICKR secures the top tower. But Ubao threw out the W, and then the ultimate actually knocked the Lissandra into it, which acted as a stun to then guarantee that kill. Great play there from the BSG bot side as they now threaten this mid-tier 1.
No teleport for FLICKR, who's caught on the top lane. He's pushing that inner turret. While that's happening, bottom lane is being sieged just a little by PSG. And starts to back away, so good pick there from the Taliyah. Starting to now open up this map and make it a little bit more risky, especially when you have that Taliyah to combo in.
Man, this game is like thematically similar to the draft where everything was going against our expectations of what would be happening. Here I'm like, oh yeah, PSG's gonna have all this prio and they're gonna be the ones, you know, getting all this dragon stacking early on, playing around the Lucianami. Not the case. Golden Guardians bot lane ends up winning. Now they're stacking dragons. And it feels like PSG has gotten the better hand on the Rift Heralds and the actual gold swings, though.
I mean, in my opinion, PSG have been finding advantages off of the mistakes of Golden Guardians. Outside of that, Golden Guardians have been the primary driving force in this game. They were the ones that set up, they've been first on every single objective outside of the second Herald. They have been the ones that, the first Herald was stolen from them because they didn't have the smite. They conceded a bunch of kills bot because they were the ones initiating the dive. I feel like overall, this has been Golden Guardians' game, and PSG have just been trying to find windows where Golden Guardians have overstepped.
Yeah, Golden Guardians' game to win or to lose, basically. And with 2 minutes 50 until the next dragon, that's the soul as well. PSG have to contest, so we need to keep an eye on the vision. Are they aware? Are they setting up for it? And I think Betty, I also want to see how they handle the team fight. I don't know if you're going to potentially dive a level 13 Poppy, but I think for Golden Guardians, can they secure that soul? That will be a gigantic pass spike this early in the game.
The only other thing I wanted to mention is Golden Guardians steal away this red buff. Full damage for Gory. We talked about how in the draft I was concerned about Stixxay being the only damage dealer as a TP committed top.
All right, 2 versus 1 here. Keeper's verdict out. The culling's being used there, and River's forced to flash away. He does survive, and the kill was secured by Golden Guardians in the top lane. Still 2 minutes to go for the Dragons, so a little early. And fight on 2 fronts, Golden Guardians come out on top.
Yeah, finding a pick up in the downtime between neutral objectives. I like seeing the aggressive play kept up, but it did cost him, like you said, the teleport. And in the meantime, River lost his flash in the mid lane, will not be back available. Either of those long cooldowns for when the dragon needed.
Yeah.
But when you think about the lane setup now for Golden Guardians, Licorice had a window where he could actually go and catch the wave bot. Instead, he's choosing to commit mid. Gory was able to push in this wave top, which gives Golden Guardians a lot of control over the map, but they're not investing any vision towards the top side of the map. Baron is spawning in about 3 seconds. That pick, they haven't really gotten much off the back of it. Right now, they're just kind of dancing around this mid lane.
Remember, this next dragon is for the soul. With no teleport there for Gory, he's grouped up. Ninja goes over the wall with that Arctic Assault, turns his attention to Gory. Glacial Path not followed, and the Ultra Shock Laser chips away just a little. 5 versus 4 for now. Just pushing top lane. Teleport's available to him as well.
Oh, River gets spotted out on his recall, gets interrupted again. He was trying to recall before Junjia went over the wall there. Then he had a funny angle to flank from the Raptor pit in case PSG stepped too far forward. Ends up disengaging that situation though.
And look at the top lane right now. Gory's currently defending. No teleport for him thanks to that pick that you're seeing on your screen. So if PSG make a move towards this dragon, it could be a little problematic.
Sunder or Poppy is kind of gross. Even before Gory got there, you saw the fact that Ubao had been dropped to about 20% HP. If anything, all Gory did was stop the escape from coming in, and Licorice basically had found a solo kill at that point.
I do think sometimes Licorice overcommits the damage. I think in this situation, he could have just gone full tank. I think it would have been fine, but you can definitely see how much damage he's dishing if he has the opportunity to find those isolated 1v1s. Junjia looking for a pick. River
maybe able to that was fantastic. Survives for now.
Wait a minute.
Oh, buddy. All the way under the tower. But it's River that's in trouble. Keeper's verdict thrown out in 10 seconds until the dragon. There's no jungler. There's no smite. River just gets picked.
River felt himself too much after breaking the ankles on the Nami bubble, decides to commit onto Wako out of nowhere. The 2,000 range engage gets pulled under the turret. And now, after Junjia, the previous dragon had given his life up and given it for free, it's Golden Guardian's turn.
A lot of damage there.
Gory.
Wako, no glacial Prison available, Gory's under threat, forced to flash over the wall, was chased by 2 members of PSG. They're now turning into the Dragon Pit, rather, trying to burn this one down. I don't think Guardians want to contest it. Numbers disadvantage and a health disadvantage.
Very touch and go there. Golden Guardians feeling like they're trying to mitigate what was already a big mistake with the fact that River dropped.
This is a game defined by who can punish the other team's decisions. Right now, Junjia walks right into 2 members of Golden Guardians. Gory's waiting behind that mid turret. No minions though, so can't really work with that. Archie's still got that teleport. He's gone bottom lane. Golden Guardians looking for some sort of opportunity. Flash! Tippers is huge! 3 members locked in place. But that's all of a sudden the kill. Wako is taken down off the stopwatch ends. Ubal's running for his life as FLICKR is trying to find that flank. A hop, a skip, a jump away from Archie. He's taken down with the Vault Breaker. All of a sudden, Golden Guardians unleashed, pushing for the inner turret. A charge up from River. Will he pull the trigger? Defensively, Golden Guardians find the picks.
Golden Guardians skipping steps in the plays. They give up the dragon, but during that time, River is just charging back on respawn from base. Gory hovering around the turret. You saw Aja assume that this play had dissolved and actually leaked out to the bot lane, had to TP back in to defend that turret, but it was too late.
This is a challenging game to predict what will happen next. I was not expecting a mid-dive from Golden Guardians. We go all the way back to River's initial death. He sidesteps so much, but in this situation he's saying, oh no, I'm gonna die. But wait, I see Stixay, maybe we can turn this into a play. And then Wako brings him underneath the tower to his demise. And it's at this point PSG is saying we have the numbers advantage. But now, resets haven't really come through yet for PSG. They see Wako very low health underneath his tower. And with no wave, they just see the dash, as you rightly called, Mark. Who he flashes in, gets the stun. Great stopwatch from Wako. Actually could have been the difference maker, but this time around, FLICKR tanks the tower initially into who he tanking the tower, which means that the tower management makes it much easier for Golden Guardians to set up a clean dive.
Was also able to finish the turret off when people were coming out of stasis, find all those kills. Very difficult situation there. As we see, we're coming right back into another fight.
All right, this time around, Gory's been able to avoid the engage. Tidal Wave by some time. A lot of damage, though, onto Golden Guardians. They have got to reply. 1 for 1. Huhi for Ubal. FLICKR is now trying to come from the side. He teleports into the top lane, finds the heroic charge. Bubble will interrupt the Poppy ultimate. So Golden Guardians, they do get a kill back. But like I said, I just don't know what to anticipate. FLICKR unable to find the kill there onto Wako now. Is he overcommitted? Baron seems to be the focus for the rest of the squad, and he's going to rejoin Guardians inside the pits.
Bit of a distraction here, stopping PSG from going to this Baron. They are doing it relatively slowly, though. Not the highest damage Baron.
It's very slow.
My brain still can't comprehend if this is good or bad.
It's bad.
No ultimate available. Culling is up. But Wako is so far away, so all of a sudden Golden Guardians disengage, they get outside the pit. Like, you cannot anticipate what these teams are going to do, and it is not playing out the way we would
I'm surprised that they
see.
even started a fight. Like, we didn't get the context as to how that fight even kicked off. All we saw was Junjia throwing out the ultimate onto Gory, who then responded with a stopwatch, and then Wako was able to get away with a sliver of health. FLICKR diving underneath the towers, a Baron being started. An interesting series of events between the two teams, but we've entered a mid-game where it's a lot more chaotic. Both teams don't really have firm control over the map. We're in a very neutral state. Let's have a look back at how this one started off.
Yeah, just some vision control, trying to snipe him blind from the brush. Gory, nice reaction time on the stopwatch, and then wanting to engage on top of Yubao. Hold up, like we just said.
Yep, come right out of the replay, and somehow FLICKR has been caught. Glacial Prison this time around is flashed away from. Good dodge, that might have been the Glacial Path, in fact. The tower is still standing, by the way, as now 5 members of PSG are pushing forward. Didn't quite see how FLICKR was caught out, but I will make an educated guess based on the last 15 minutes. He was standing in the river bush, and somebody just jumped over the wall. I think that's a safe bet right now.
Someone jumped over the wall or threw a skill shot out, a bubble, a flick back, who knows. Anyways, point is, FLICKR died, but the turret's still alive currently for Golden Guardians, but a lot of mid control right now for PSG. They'll probably be able to drop this one before it respawns and then set up for the second dragon in a minute time now, trying to stop Soul Point pro Golden Guardians.
And I think crucially, Mark, this is kind of a swing in control, because I think the first 15, 20-ish minutes of gameplay was kind of Golden Guardians dictated.
Oh, yeah.
They're making the first steps.
Sure.
Them either getting the advantage or making a mistake. Now, all of a sudden, PSG are on
It's the Junjia show, I'll tell you that right now. He
Yeah.
sees an opportunity, he's throwing that ultimate out, and he is not afraid to do so. PSG have definitely woken up here in the mid-game. And it's definitely a game that could still go either way. I don't see a clear favorite right now. Of course, Golden Guardians with the Dragon stacking have a prime win condition. And this is going to be the objective that they are first to once again. Gory pushing out the bot wave. can go for a quick base if he wants to maybe spend a little bit more gold, has the TP available.
Have to see if he goes for that. The eyes, like you said, on Junjia, though, they have a pretty crazy chain CC combination if it lands with the Nami bubble with the flick back, being able to isolate one target, and only FLICKR is a tanky, really. If River gets caught out, he can get exploded 100-0 easily.
No flash for FLICKR, but the ult is up. River goes over the wall. Uses the blast cone back. FLICKR has gone rid of Junjia, trying to focus down the dragon. It's taking time. Junjia may arrive to be able to look for the steal. 4,000 hit points. Culling is being fired. FLICKR using the ability to prevent Junjia, and the pit to the soul is secured. Golden Guardians get it, but it's at the cost of Gory's life. Now in the follow-up fight, that's a dash forward from River, trying to find a target. Not find the autos yet. Cease and desist is down. Look at the AoE. Golden Guardians are destroying PSG. It's full retreat. Tanubal's next to fall. River looking for yet another. And Wako, the last man standing, trying to pursue his way to safety. Quadra kill for Stixxay.
It was a dicey Dragon setup, but nice coordination. The poppy by FLICKR going over the wall, making sure there was no steal attempt available, and then the chase down sequence with the soul on their side, bringing the extra damage to find that ace.
FLICKR's keeper verdict was fantastic. The step up present, buying enough time, and delaying the Baron until Gory spawns to make sure he gets the buff as well. That's beautiful to see, especially because he's also got that teleport available.
Fantastic play once again from Golden Guardians. And they do everything in their power to stop Junjia from getting into the pit. They do what they can, and you can see here, they use the Keeper's Verdict initially to get him away from the fight, and then the flash over from FLICKR to just buy as much time as possible. The steadfast presence prevents Junjia from dashing over the wall, doesn't have the flash available. And then Gory sacrificing his life to make sure the objective can be secured. And then Stixxay unleashes off the back of a great engage from River.
And of course, when you see the team fight play out with Stixxay unthreatened, unchallenged, you mentioned it could be a concern for him to get the damage down. It is not proving so, especially in that fight, just chasing behind his front line.
Very true.
So easy to execute for Stixxay. He's 7-1-4, but it was really, I think, Gory buying all of that time in the River. And FLICKR getting rid of Junjia. That's allowed Golden Guardians to now generate this 5,000 gold lead, and they start the Red Bull Baron power play.
And I gotta say, while it has not been the cleanest game of all time, Golden Guardians are showing a level of aggression that you don't always see out of North American teams, where they sometimes play a little bit slower pace. They're afraid to flip objectives, but that is not the case for GG.
He engaged once more. Junjia throws it out, knocked back onto River, and he survives. Stixxay's trying to use that burst and chunking down. Will be engaged on. The Relentless pursuit forward. Culling's going out. Stixxay almost down, but the engage of Gory. He's saved his bot laner. Junjia's the next target. FLICKR Sasso channel the Poppy Copter and will not fire it yet. Wako almost got Stixxay, but was taken down in return.
A great re-engage coming out from Huhi and Gory. They're able to buy enough time for their AD carry to get away. Stixxay should be able to heal up a little bit. River, he wanted to go and get those Raptors after losing so much HP to get a bit of HP back for himself. The TP comes in to buy a little bit more time as the siege continues. FLICKR getting closer and closer to securing that tier 3.
All of a sudden, Archer's the next target. Two members of Golden Guardians peel away from the bottom lane. Mid inhibitor turret is secured. Stixxay still alive, still looking for that life steal on the minions. And Golden Guardians have got another 45 seconds on Baron empowered minions. FLICKR starts to charge the verdict, waiting to fire. And the verdict is good. Two members sent packing. This will unlock yet another inhibitor turret. And Golden Guardians will be happy with that and they back away.
30 seconds left on the Baron buff, but Wako respawning and the number of ultimates that were down for Golden Guardians made it so that they could not continue to press forward looking for that inhibitor. Like you said, 2 inhibitor turrets drop, but no extra map pressure for when the Baron and Elder start respawning. Going to be relatively synced up buffs there.
Well, I will say, as we get closer to what feels like a second game 1 for Golden Guardians, massive shout out to Gory. I feel like that in both games he has been playing incredibly well. His lane control, mitigating what Yubao can do on the map, his impact in the team fights, the fact that he's been so coordinated with River consistently, especially when we just look back at that very last skirmish that we saw, as now Golden Guardians have found another pick on the Archer.
The 2 members collapsing on him. Looks like Archer will be taken out before any support can come forward. I mean, overextended, not a lot of vision. Golden Guardians hit all the wards in that western quadrant, so they find yet another kill. This game has looked a lot better from Golden Guardians in terms of the early plays, the movements around the map. There's a few small execution issues.
A couple of hiccups here and there.
A few hiccups, that's a good word. FLICKR's trying to get damage down. Cease and desist comes out. FLICKR once again using that steadfast presence flawlessly. 6A untouched. Rattling away, pushing underneath the inhibitor turret. They get themselves more kills. Only Woody stays alive. And 5 members of Golden Guardians find the picks. They're inside the base and they're looking for the Nexus.
4 members dead from PSG. Only Woody left to keep PSG alive, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Golden Guardians looking to go 2-0 up in the series.
Fantastic turnaround here. Golden Guardians fountain diving for fun as well. 21 kills. The Infernal Soul, the towers, as well as the Nexus. Golden Guardians are 1 win away from advancing to the MSI bracket stage. And it has been a interesting game to watch. Also a very tense, slower paced game. Ultimately, Golden Guardians have had better team fights. They've been able to play the late game better. I think in this game, they also played the early game a little stronger. And all the pressure is now on PSG. They tried the Kazakhs, didn't work. They went back to Sejuani, didn't have the opportunities. Now they have side selection 1 more for potentially the last game of MSI.
I mean, my biggest concern for PSG coming into this series is that they are not a very proactive team in the early game. Yep. Often they're a team that will look to cross-map, and I think that scaling and team fighting is their best bet, but they drafted a composition that very much relied on them playing through the bot side of the map and being able to find a successful snowball. But frankly, they got lucky on that first Herald. If that smite was available for River, they wouldn't have been able to get that Herald, and that early game would have gone a lot worse than it ended up going. So I think the Golden Guardians, their proactivity, we're continuing to see it. Their early objective setup is good. I think that they're getting a little overconfident at times. We're seeing a lot of dives that I was not expecting, but they're still making it work in the late game team fight. So Golden Guardians continue to dominate, and I think we're going to have to see a dramatic change from PSG if they want to stand a chance in this series.
Yeah, I think it was also good draft prep as well, never giving Wako his 2 best champions. He banned out the Aphelios right away, make sure he doesn't get any of that. He finally got his Lucian, but they banned out the Ezreal after that, gave them a little bit of problems. I think they understand that he is their primary win condition, and as long as you stop him from kind of getting off the ground, the rest of PSG doesn't have the most obvious way to play the late game out.
I think River in particular as well has had a significant impact early on, helping set up Golden Guardians to get to 2-0 in the series. We're going to head to the analyst desk to break down game number 2.
Thank you, quick shot. Golden Guardians are 1 game away from looking into the next stage at MSI here 2023. And guys, I want to talk about the draft again. We say draft gap when we see something like this, and I think this one applies here.
Especially. I mean, this is my point as well, putting it in there. So I thought that when I saw these champions, in my head, I just go like, okay, but this just becomes kind of unplayable as soon as you reach level 6, right? You look at the bot lane in isolation. You have Lucian Nami going up against a Sarian and Annie. Level 6, they can actually just straight up kill you. Going into the mid lane as well, there's a 2v2 between a Vi and a Lissandra against a Talia and a Sejuani. That's just also a win. And then up towards the top side, Blind Pig Puppy, never really exposed. It's just a now into it. Everything Golden Guardians wanted, they got here. And PSG, they look lost, not just in draft, but in map, in the map too when they're playing this.
Yeah, just generally, it's a very difficult situation to be in for PSG because not only, as you say, the level 6, you start losing basically every lane. You also didn't get an advantage through the bottom lane. And when you get to team fights, there's just so much zone control from the side of Golden Guardians. You have to deal with Annie Tibbers, you have to deal with Gory going in with a Frozen Tomb, you have to deal with Vi diving onto your backline as well. And it's just, you don't have enough tools and enough follow-up engage to actually isolate one player on the enemy team. And even if you do that, the disengage is too strong from Golden Guardians for you to manage to do anything.
So they didn't have enough tools, and on top of that, I feel like GD has been really clever and smart in the way they approach the early game, especially when it comes to the jungle matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz here, because GB, the tracking on Junjia was exceptional.
Yeah, and I think as well, just the decision-making between the 2 junglers, right? Junjia essentially here is pathing up to a Na versus Poppy, where the Na gets slow push. You're never going to be able to dive that while River was actually going down towards its bot side. Even here, you talk about the tracking, it's already there. While the pink ward is in the tri-push, so Junjia thinks he's not seen, he's already been spotted. So the bot lane of Golden Guardians are so aware to when they can commit plays. As soon as they see him again, they can just start up the Drake.
And I think you have to give a lot of credit to Huhi for this. We saw it in game 1 as well. He was stepping into the enemy blue side, making sure there was vision down there before a Drake would spawn. You know that PSG PSG are going to want to fight around Drakes. It's what they did domestically, it's what they've done so far at MSI. So if you can make sure you have vision on Junja as he looks for steals like this, you put him in a precarious spot and he ends up not hitting the smite because it's so difficult for him to get in the pit.
And this situation specifically could have been so much worse. Even when it started up, you saw it from the side of Gory. He had that level advantage, level 6 before the Talia. They decide to turn on anyone as a unit, they die as well as them getting the Drake. But you can see it here as well in the matchup so far. There is a bit of a difference coming through. It's not entirely decided by the junglers, but it's decided about how their junglers set their laners up. And River has just done a better job at that in the matchup so far in the series.
And we were talking about the bot laner support on the side of Golden Guardians, and as every second counts, thanks to the reliable Cisco network, who he finds a 3-man stun with his flash tibbers, catching Wako and winning the team fight.
Yeah, we call this a wacko moment. He likes to dash forward sometimes on the Lucian, and he does exactly that. He's like, I can trade, I can get some damage down, but immediately Huhi is there to react, and we start to see this layering of CC, this layering of zone control that works so well for the Golden Guardians. If you look at it, it looks like a bit of an over-eager dive, but because they have so many people that can go in one by one, it comes out well for them.
This is just another day in the Golden Guardians office, right? It could have been the bot dive we saw at first. That was a bit over-eager, probably, when Junja picked up 3 kills there and make the game way closer than it should have been. But in the end, there was no real point in the game where PSG ever actually had a chance. It was just Golden Guardians dominated. You were waiting for objectives. Only one time River got caught. That delayed the game by 5 minutes, but this game could have been over by 24 minutes.
You mentioned Junji, and I feel like coming into this tournament, we had higher expectations coming on the side of this jungler, and we had some questionable positioning around objective setups, especially Medic, and usually costing the objective to the team.
I think it just seems sometimes like he believes he is much stronger than he is. And he'll step up and he's like, okay, I'm here. You know, you guys can try and put some damage down onto me, but I'm Sejuani, so it doesn't really matter. And he just dies. And it happens so often. It happened yesterday as well when he was playing, game 1, so when he was playing the Kazakhs as well, around the Baron. Often he seems to think he needs to be going into the fog of war by himself, and the rest of his team aren't always there to support him.
You know, it's just weird, right? We've literally been watching PSG yesterday, and the words you would use to describe them yesterday would be team cohesion, great team fighting, flexible in draft, and it's just not hitting the mark today. Even from Junji's position, he was the reason they were so good against Loud. He was specifically taking over the jungle matchup. Croc never got a leg on the Rift, and this time around, it's just been the opposite.
And on the side of the Golden Guardians, one game away from looking in the next stage, and in Countdown, we've talked about the bot lane especially, who he's Tixay, the history they have together, how they had an amazing run last time they were at MSI, and here again, they're popping off, not only in this series, but the entire tournament as well.
Yeah, I think Tixay and Huhi have looked really good when they're able to neutralize the early laning phase. Obviously, against BLG and against Elk, they really struggled to do that.
Tricky.
But here we actually see Ginger often pathing up towards the top side. We noticed it earlier in that play. And if Wako is not supported, you can never really get him into a position to actually challenge Tixay and Huhi.
So looking at potentially the last game of this series here, I want to ask you guys about the win conditions for both teams. What do we want to see on the side of PSG first?
Yeah, you know, PSG, I think, of course, you can talk about the draft adaptations. Even if they make those draft adaptations, I need to see something different on the Rift. The way that they play the game right now, it's just not there right now. You can see it as well in the early game. That's the biggest issue for them. You need to make something happen on that early game. I understand why it was difficult in this specific game, but even game 1, when they had so many lanes with priority, nothing really came off it. And you cannot let that happen. PSG was known for their slow play, but even then, they need to do it faster if they want to make it to the bracket stage.
They'll have the blue side here again, so another approach in drafting also. Maybe.
I mean, they can change up the draft. I think I just bounce off Gorbul's point here and say, path towards bot lane. Okay. Just gank Wako level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6. No one else on this team has really shown the ability to solo carry the way that Wako has done at this tournament. So just give him attention and see if you can shut down Stixay and Huhi, because they have been the Achilles heel of the Golden Guardians.
And on the side of the Golden Guardians, though, what do we want to keep on seeing?
I mean, do what they do.
They're
winning.
Yeah.
Why change it?
I think the thing we noticed earlier with the tracking of Ginger in the early game, that has been absolutely solid. And if they continue to do that, you really shut down a lot of what PSG want to do in the early game. And it shuts down the win conditions we've given for them as well. So, you know, playing both sides of the coin here.
Amazing. We'll see. Can Golden Guardians complete the clean sweep and advance to the bracket stage, or does PSG Talon have a reverse sweep in their tank? We'll be back right after for Game 3. Oh my god.
Good stun there onto Woody. River looks for the denting blows, manages to find the hit, flash forward from Sticksafe, gets the kill. Mokka's trying to get a one rip.
Lucian here, Lucian.
Can you dive bomb? Yeah. Dive.
Okay.
Dive.
Okay.
Dark and TV, no flash.
We got him.
Back.
Easy.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Talia.
Go.
No flash, Talia. Yeah, I should have.
Go.
Golden Guardians are one win away from advancing to the MSI bracket stage.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
I'm not here to hurt you. I'm you. From the future. I don't know what happens in the future, but it's not up to you to fix the world all by yourself.
And welcome back to MSI 2023. Golden Guardians are 2-0 up over PSG Talon. One more win will advance the Golden Guardians to the bracket stage in their first international tournament, advancing through the play-ins. And I think as we've watched two games, this is what I would have expected pre-tournament if these two teams had faced. However, yesterday, seeing how PSG had kind of developed and grown, I was a little more nervous. Right now, it just feels like Golden Guardians have their number. I'm trying to curse them.
How are you feeling about Golden Guardians right now, Mark? You proud?
I'm very happy. I will say I'm very happy. Golden Guardians has only dropped 2 BLGs so far. Everything else has been wins. They've been playing with confidence. I think is the biggest thing is when you can still find wins, but you're just taking like lame, scaling, inactive options that we've seen a lot of times out of some of the North American teams of old. So seeing this much more aggressive gameplay, even though it's maybe not as clean, I think it's something that we need to get comfortable with. Because I mean, even talking to you with G2, like their games are never clean. They make you sweat, you're nervous, but they win. And they have confidence and they have unique picks in these kinds of things.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's see if Golden Guardians can close it out or if PSG can make the comeback a reality. Rakan will be taken off the board. Once again, it is a consistent... The Viego now being taken away. Last game, we saw PSG adopt the strategy of targeting Gory. So now his LeBlanc or Ari may be left up and available.
And same as game number 2, Aphelios and Ezreal, the first 2 bans from Golden Guardians. They rounded it out with that Kaden. Would anticipate the same thing to happen. And for PSG, they've tried a slightly new look in game number 1, a couple of first-time champions here at MSI, as well as for them this year. In game number 2, went back to tried and true, something we've come to expect from them, a lot of their sort of seasonal favorites. So what do they do now in this do-or-die match game 3? Because I think ultimately one of the big challenges they have is their slower-paced early game is not something that's able to sort of meet Golden Guardians.
I feel like their drafts have these like little tweaks you can do for improvements. It hasn't been perfect, but if I'm looking for anything, it's more in-game. I have been somewhat disappointed at Waco's performance. Both games have had critical mispositionings, using mobility spells forward at key moments and then dying on the tail end of them. I feel like he was someone who has been so good for PSG this tournament and has had these moments. He used to have them in his past a little bit. They've kind of reemerged here, these missteps that have cost his team in big moments, as well as Junjie not quite having the same level of impact as I would want to see.
Very much agree. We'll see how they set Waco up for success in this game. First pick options, Annie, Vi, both up and available. And I think the Vi makes the most sense. So Junjie on something that gives him a little bit more agency. Perhaps him and Yubao can work together. Perhaps the Sandra Vi is the game plan for them this time around. How will Golden Guardians respond? What do they consider strong in the current jungle meta? What do they think their priority needs to be? Or will they just lock in a bot lane? They could get themselves the Lucian army if they wanted to. Kind of sit there and say, we'll show you how it's done. We know we've seen it from them before. I remember you talking about them yesterday and how this is one of the, in North America, one of the better bot lanes of playing the Lucian army.
They can definitely play the Lucian army themselves. You can also see a lot of flex picks that they love to do. Casantes, Tristanas, whatnot, Annie's as well. Gonna go for that route this time around, grabbing the Casante early this time potentially. River's flexing, he's not doing that. Yeah. That's not his role in this team. Don't do it, River. But yeah, I think this is something that the team does very well. I think for Yubao, they need to try and find a better matchup for him because both times it felt like Gory, in situations where he should not have as much prio as he did, he was almost always on the other side of the map.
Yep, it really felt like to me Gory has been controlling Yubao so well throughout the series. He's always been first to fights. He's been finding great engages. And will we see the Jinx locked in? Quickshot, I believe it was you that says that he hasn't played it all year.
First Jinx of 2023 here for Waco. It does fit the wheelhouse. It is something that we can see working in PSG's favor. He is the late game carry. He is the player that does well in terms of just getting into those 5v5s once the rest of the squad have had that stable early game. It will be flanked with that Thresh in the bottom lane by Woody. Now we need to see where this Annie will go, whether or not it'll go to mid or to bottom lane. It was such a great flex in the previous with Viego banned away with Vi secured. Gragas is another pick that we have seen River running throughout the course of this tournament, and Zeri once again in the hands of Stixxay.
I assume slamming the Zeri basically telegraphs, yeah, the Annie's probably going bot lane most likely. You're talking about Waco, 19 games total in his career, which is not a ton for how relevant Jinx has been on and off for the last couple of years. But this pairing is very strong and safe in the bot lane and can go more for that scaling mentality. Also, no mobility spells, can't jump in at the wrong time.
Unless he goes Gale Force.
I never doubt him.
Talia going to be banned away by Golden Guardians. Does make a lot of sense. Talia Vi is another combo that we've seen in the mid lane, and Golden Guardians have since learned that Yubao is willing to play the Talia mid. Wouldn't be surprised to see even the Lissandra banned away by Golden Guardians. Gory is a player that has played all sorts of things mid lane. I remember him distinctly for his Yone during the regular season as well. But a very versatile mid laner, not afraid to dig deep into the champion pool with so many of the meta mids taken off the board. I wonder what direction he will go. Remember, his LeBlanc is, of course, still up and available, but wouldn't be surprised to see PSG ban that one away.
5 games played on that champion this year. I think having that flexibility on the Annie is going to be very powerful. That Gragas we mentioned just a moment ago, banned away here by PSG.
The
Galio
Yasuo,
removed
remember?
as a option as well.
It was the Cassante Gragas Yasuo that they used to defeat BLG that PSG was hesitant of there. So of course that flexibility of the Cassante is still something that PSG want to respect, and so removing the Gragas does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for them. A couple other combinations still available. We also saw the Nocturne out of River as well. Feels like he's been flexing his champ pool a little bit more in this tournament, whereas he was very comfortable slamming the same handful of champions earlier. Also like the Poppy ban, the respect that Licorice earns with this champion, not just in lane phase, but around objectives. He's had a number of very clean wall hops. There is the Cassante, but again, it goes to Gory rather often. This is something they did in playoffs quite a bit, is bait the enemy team into blinding some tank matchup with a Cassante or something, and then he would slam Gwens, Rumbles, Fioras, these kinds of things to take advantage of people.
Okay. Team fights. Quick shot. You're going to get them.
Team fights. What are they anyways?
Maokai is, of course, one of the best champions, whether he is first on the objective or wanting to approach an objective. The saplings are so good at making it harder for the enemy to face check. Doesn't have the same early game presence that a champion like Vi does. You're almost always going to lose out on these skirmishes, but in terms of team fight power, one of the best in the game.
I particularly like that into the Jinx as well. Syndra will be secured here for about 3 games played this year, but again, another target. Relatively happy for the likes of the Annie, likes of the Maokai to jump onto. How do they round this compound? And then we get to see, where does this Annie go? Will
Gnar. They're going to round it out with a Gnar.
I wonder. I mean, if they didn't go Maokai, I would have set a LeBlanc slam here and just play skill matchup into it. But with double AP from your jungler as well, easy Merc Treads itemization for the Syndra makes me think that he'll actually either take the Cassante mid, like you're saying, and then find a counter pick into the Gnar potentially. Or we'll see some counter pick left mid. I mean, the Lissandra is up, and you can survive.
Play Echo?
He can. I mean, he plays a lot of melee matchups. But again, I wonder if he wants to shy away from an AP carry now that they have the Maokai already locked in. Yeah. Oh.
Think about it. All right, we'll see what the Hop is locking in just a second. But I think up until that Poppy ban in the phase 2, I like that we're going. And the final lock-in will be on, I think, is that the first on that we've had of MSI? I think
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
I love on.
Team fights, team fights, team fights. This is easy to understand.
Like we were saying, the Cassante ends up flexing mid here, and this is about a bunch of meatballs protecting President Stixxay.
Certainly is. Last game, I had concerns with Stixxay being the only damage source. How problematic is that? He then gets a quadra kill. So then they're like, you know what? Let's just build more things to protect Stixxay. I did wonder if they were going to put the Ornn mid, but it does look like that Cassante will be mid lane. They're going to send the Ornn up into top. And I'm reminded of 2018 semi-finals, quarterfinals. Do you remember FLICKR Freaks, Licorice on the Ornn? Do you remember his slap on the Baron?
Actually, no.
You don't remember that?
No.
It was the 3-0 Cloud9 for a FLICKR.
I remember
this. Stole a FLICKR's Baron with his Ornn, where he
auto
attack. He stole it with an auto
I remember
attack.
the Lucian from Sneaky. Rest in pepperonis.
My point was, Licorice Ornn, he's had memorable moments in the past.
And based on how these two team compositions have been built, another potential slower laning phase early game. Throughout the course of this one, we've had an average of about 3 kills every 14 minutes. Here at MSI, it's been 9, a little over 9. So it is a significant slowdown as far as the kills are concerned. But I do like what I saw from Golden Guardians in game number 2. They were able to move around the map, set up for those objectives, and execution was the only thing holding them back. They are 2-0 up, 1 win away from joining 7 other teams in the bracket stage.
Does feel like Golden Guardians have picked up a bit of a read on this game, knowing how slow PSG is, seeing that, hey, we can actually hang with them in team fights. Generally speaking, Golden Guardians have gotten the better of them in these, and it feels like they say, all right, we don't really need to play these skirmishy styles. Instead of throwing down a skill matchup 2v2 situation in the mid lane, they go very safe, very stable.
And of course, if you are wondering why we're not in game, there is a brief pause. As soon as the players loaded up onto the Rift, As soon as I get any information, I will let you know what is happening. But I do like what you're saying, Mark. I think whenever you have these situations where a team is confident or capable in their ability, both individually and as a team, just play for late game. You know you can survive, you know your opponents may not be able to punish you, and then if you can play the team fights better, which they've been able to demonstrate they can, then just set yourself up for that late game sort of like confirmed win. I use that word loosely, of course, but it has worked twice in a row already.
I will say that this has been also a bit of a grind for both teams.
Yeah.
When you look at the playing schedule, best of three, best of three, best of three, best of three, into the best of 5. Both of these teams have had to fight long and hard to qualify for the bracket stage. And now PSG's backs are against the wall.
You hear the crowd rallying to them. I think that's a PSG chant I hear. Wanting to see more games today.
Definitely wanting to see PSG put up more of a meaningful fight here against the Golden Guardians. It is their potentially last game on the stage here in the Copper Box Arena in London. PSG's last chance to keep their hopes alive. These 5 new players on the organization picking up their first PCS title, representing PSG for the first time, facing off against former players of their own org. Right now, continuing the mode game. Defensive start across all 5 roles. And River, can he keep up this early impact and this ability to surprise PSG on the 3rd game in a row?
I would love to see him try. I think despite the fact we're talking about this very beefy front line for Golden Guardians, this relatively slower pace that can come in with the scaling, with a Zeri, with an Ornn, a Maokai, I still want them to keep up the level of proactivity we have seen out of them, though. Being first at objectives, looking for these kind of dives when you don't expect it, camping brushes. This is the kind of stuff that I don't think you need to ease off of just because you've taken more scaling. And the best teams in the world do not choose to play slow just because their comp has the scaling advantage.
I really think the PSG just need to like camp Yubao. I think that Syndra is so difficult to play into tanks because her burst, the second that it's gone, her impact in fights is just so much more limited. Like there are different things that you can do. Of course, the ultimate into like the E means that you have a lot of widespread CC, but in terms of damage, it's very limited. So I really want to see them get Yubao ahead, get the Syndra to a point where it doesn't matter how tanky you are, you could just get melted through anyway. As we take stock of how the early game is going, bit of trading happened in the bot side of the map. River actually starting on PSG's own Raptors. And now he will steal away the red buff as well. So he could create a very effective split map here and prevent Wako from getting any jungle support.
Of course, in the 2 previous games, Wako and Woody, the recipients of early ganks there from River, paying dividends. They are pushing just a little bit forward, so there's an opportunity here for River. If they continue, Death Sentence does miss, and they continue to step forward. Mark, maybe the writing's on the wall. It could happen once more.
Gonna need 2 for any follow-up CC from Huhi, though, so the fact that this wave is developing so slowly actually makes it a little hard of a timing window here. They need those last 2 melee creeps to die, and then they could potentially go.
It's gonna happen now, it's gonna happen now. Level 2 secured. Huhi flashes forward, incinerate, obliterate, sapling is down, flashes past the Death Sentence, and River sets it up once more.
This is the creating path of River coming up again, going and just walking in blind into PSG's bot side jungle. 3 camps stealing from Jinjia, who was full clearing, and then going in for a bot lane gank yet again. Not afraid to burn flashes as well, flashing over the hook to make sure there's no escape path.
Is that 3 games in a row the bottom lane has conceded first blood? I really think that it is.
I believe so. River was able to... I think one of the big things was PSG in game 2 didn't early ward. This time round, though, they did, but it was in the river, so they weren't expecting the Maokai to come in from behind. FLICKR will now spot out Jinjia to try and stop him from stealing away that red. But
look at the minimap. River's making his way forward.
I don't think they win this, though. I think that Golden Guardians need to be very careful about going for an early skirmish. Gory sees an opportunity for a bit of a trade.
The damage down, and he's arriving as well. No flash available to him. Bar's going to be able to escape. He still has that flash up. He's waiting in the wings. Junjia's right there, though, so it could be a play. Gory is low on mana.
I think they might have seen him on the ward. There was one in the ramp right there, you can see. I think Huhi might have come up river. If he did it all the way from the enemy jungle, could have gotten in there unseen, but I'm pretty sure PSG saw that one coming, backed off any of these aggressive plays, but you can see they're not backing off, fighting for Scuttle Crabs. River has so many camps up, but they want to deny as much farm for Jinjia as possible before he goes back into full clearing.
Wow, River with the double crab. Golden Guardians off to a fantastic early start here in game 3. You have to wonder the mental pressure that this puts on PSG, already being 0-2 down. to start a game like this is definitely difficult to bounce back from. Of course, it's not completely over yet. We are only 4.5 minutes into the game, and a single death onto the Thresh is not going to determine the outcome, but the momentum and the confidence definitely swinging in the favor of Golden Guardians already.
Talking about momentum, baby, it's actually Woody that has conceded first blood in
Woody,
all
my
3
apologies.
of the games. So in terms of momentum, definitely on the side of Golden Guardians. I will highlight, obviously, FLICKR playing the Ornn into the Gnar. Starting to fall behind on CS, as you expect, as you anticipate in terms of the matchup. And we know that he's always going to have that value with that call, the Forge Guard. Just play defensive, play weak side. You know Stixxay and Huhi have already been set up for success. Got that kill, got that cult, and they're the ones now pushing forward.
It does speak to the game plan that Golden Guardians had coming into this game, knowing Wako is such a threat, having creative gank paths, probably already discussed in some level, knowing how they want to get down there and kill him early. I'm pretty sure the only reason they had anything different in game 1 was sort of the cannon that they ended up having. Didn't think they would get their hands on that one, but since then, FLICKR has been on weak side tanks, which is something he is very comfortable doing.
FLICKR has had a fantastic tournament so far. Golden Guardians, some of the sentiment I was seeing, interesting death centers there.
Sorry, no, the idea is you use the dematerializer to kill the minion, and then it catches them off guard because the minion dies just as the hook goes through. But he hooked and then the materializer came afterwards, so that's why I love.
Got the order wrong, and maybe feeling some of the pressure there. Bedius, obviously struggling a little bit throughout the course of the series. Has been bullied.
Buzz Lightyear would have done it right.
Something, just a little. But I will say that you know, some of the sentiment I've been seeing on socials and already is just talking about how they've been impressed by Golden Guardians, by the macro. And now Golden Guardians need to avoid this gank. Junjie, level 4, waiting over the wall. Zap goes wide. Woody holding on to the CC. Not going to be able to find the target. So really just trying to create opportunity to try to force it, and it's not paying off just yet.
No, I think this is a really heads-up play. Golden Guardians had a very different setup for the early path out of River, but once they got the Scuttle Crab controls in the bot side play, they go straight into full clearing and playing slightly more defensive, kind of keeping the wave over here, and not really giving Junjie an easy place to make plays. Topside is going to be permanently pushing under turret pretty frequently, so it's hard to dive an Ornn. Obviously, Cassante is very, very tanky in mid lane, not where you want to be playing through, and the bot side is where you want to make most of these plays.
He snuck in. Ball breaker forward, play backwards, hop over the wall, but the target is Huhi, and the kill secured this time for Wako.
PSG get on the board, and Junjie is finally able to make a successful gank happen bot lane. Great play from PSG. Junjie trying to steal this one away. We'll be able to secure it with the smite.
And I think it was so important for Junjie. He spent so much time in that bottom lane. Ubao's going to throw out the ultimate from that Unleashed Power. Does nothing already, or not a lot already. I mean, admittedly, he's got mana and a ring to work with. Golden Guardians now, they are grouped up. Well, surrounded a little bit here on this middle lane. Woody, keep your eye here. Going to be caught up. Q, River stepping forward, knows he's got support there from Huhi. All out comes forward. Woody flashes for his life, taken down by Gory. Junjie gets a reply. That's a flash forward from Huhi inside the pit. Junjie's running away. Next target, Ubao. No flash, no escape, nothing to do. A double for Gory.
Golden Guardians keeping the pace of play up. Huhi on respawn charges down mid lane to get himself involved in a 3v3 skirmish.
You could feel that happening. Even though the numbers advantage was for PSG to begin with, Golden Guardians knew they had the backup, they had the patience, and they played that one very, very well. 3 kills to 2. Got the kill advantage, and it's on the primary members. 2 for Gory in the mid lane, and 1 of them for Stixxay as well.
Just love the awareness from Gory there, recognizing the damage limitations of his champion and knowing that with the ultimate he could very easily win out on the 2 versus 3. He sees that the Maokai is coming in from the river. Gory throws out the ultimate, creates a 2 versus 2 as Ubao doesn't have the ultimate available after using it earlier on the Maokai. And while River becomes the focus, very squishy in these early skirmishes, with the arrival of Huhi, it's an easy cleanup. Gory doesn't want to overcommit to kill Junjie here. He's saying, you know what, Ubao is the easier kill, and he's able to secure it. Gets a bunch of flashes out, and Golden Guardians walk away the victor.
Golden Guardians, oops, excuse me.
You're good, you're good.
I was getting excited, man. We're looking good right now. This is a nice startup by PSG, kind of forcing GG into this without some of their ultimates available. Gory's still waiting on his on cooldown, but Ubao's back up.
Power this time around available there. Ubao's a little bit cut off from the squad. All right, so Rift Herald was secured there by Junjie and PSG. They are down 1,000 gold, but the plate gank can set them up well. He's going to use this Gnar. Pushes back. FLICKR, who's going very low. Will be able to escape with that Searing Charge, and now all of a sudden keep around the minimap. Numbers advantage for Golden Guardians.
So a couple things happen there. Hang on a second, don't have time for that as a hook lands from Woody.
Very nicely done. They're going to punish the invade this time round. Numbers advantage, but Huhi needs to buy some time. Nature's Grasp will be thrown out. Here comes Archie over the wall. No Gnar to work with, and another kill goes the way of PSG. Taking down River for the second time, and this time keeping up at the pace in the early game.
Yeah, the aggression is punished here by PSG. And I have to criticize Golden Guardians a little bit. They knew they were late to the Herald. After going for that bot side skirmish, PSG were always going to have priority. And I think the Golden Guardians should have considered going for the cross map and then investing in those bot side plates instead. They know that they have the numbers advantage given the Woodies moving up towards top, the assist with the Herald. Instead, after failing to secure the Herald or really contest it, they then try to go for a top side invade and they end up getting punished for it. So a couple missteps there from Golden Guardians, and PSG, you have to be careful against a team like this because after getting that kill onto Wacko and the fact that they're able to find repeated kills now onto River, it gives PSG a clear avenue and win condition into this game.
It feels like Golden Guardians has caught PSG a couple times after a play has ended, someone being a little lax on their recalls or not realizing that there's still people around. But this time, like you said, with Aja having the shove in topside, would have collapsed in there faster anyways. And River needs to acknowledge, I'm on Maokai this game. I am not going to out-scrap a lot of people the way I want to.
And somewhat similarly to the previous game as well, Golden Guardians making that first move and sometimes being punished for it. This time round, grouped up, Lantern is available here. Bramble Bash will knock Junjia backwards. He gets to it. Hop over the wall from Stixay. The chase continues. Nature's Grasp is available, but River pulls back. Doesn't fire that one out. So they don't manage to pick up the kill. They chase PSG away. While all of this is going on, Aja continues to bully FLICKR. She's generated nearly a 30 CS lead in this top lane. Continues to chip away at that tower. And he's building up a bit of a lead on this Gnar. We'll be looking to use that ultimate. Does he tower dive? That's a question. Knocked up into the air by FLICKR and just uses the Gnar defensive.
It's fine, it's
yes,
fine.
exactly,
Just went
exactly.
into mini Gnar. He's not really going to lose much off the back of that. Golden Guardians also recognizing that Junjia needs to go back to base. Should be able to secure it. Needs a dragon hit. Pretty late one, all things considered. Last game we saw the first dragon dropping at 6.5 minutes. But overall, still a very even game state right now with a lot of advantages for PSG sitting in top, whereas the advantages for Golden Guardians largely sitting in mid.
Cease and desist is available there for Junjia. Flanking his bottom lane. Once again, first member of the mid lane to move was Gory. Stepping down, he wards up just behind that red buff. But this time, it almost feels like the teams are a little bit more on the same page, or rather, let's reply. PSG are reacting a little better to Golden Guardians. They've got the potential backup. Golden Guardians, 3v3 set up for now. Teleport's available for top laners as well.
See if they want to go on it. I think they're just fighting for prio right now to get this Rift Herald off and try and get some gold back into Wacko's pocket. Whoa! River being a little loose with how he was getting into lane there.
He should force the flash, so good play there from Woody. Again, both teams grouping up, congregating on the bottom lane. Target's going to be Junjia. Will not be caught out just yet. Death sentence thrown out. Stixay insta cleanse, continues to chase forward. PSG on full retreat. Ubal cancelled the rotation instead. Is chipping away at that middle tower. Tibbers is now dropped and Gory joins the fray. New members of PSG, they back out and the tower will be the focus.
I do wonder if River's ultimate was on cooldown at the start of that fight because it came out very late. I feel like the Golden Guardians were in a better position to force that fight if they wanted to, but a number of great things from Golden Guardians did happen there. You can see that Wacko wanted to get those tower plates. He wanted to have that gold ingested into him, but River solo zoning him away from the tower, thinning out the wave, making it harder for him to approach, means that he gets denied all of the plates, all of the money went into Junjia's pocket, and off the back of forcing that fight, Stixay secures himself a number of plates. So now look at that 80 carry gold difference, 1.3k in favor of Stixay.
Stixay getting further ahead on the back end of that play, but some neutralization for Ubao catching up somewhat to Gory, who was massively ahead, getting almost 2 plates back himself. Looks like there's just a little bit left up on that last one. Might not get it before plates drop in about 30 seconds, so small mistake there. But I will say Aja as well, someone who is very, very comfortable on Gnar, one of his most played champions, playing to the weak side, trying to get his own lane leads, and then becoming a monster team fight later. His Gnar is very, very, very impressive. And so in a lot of ways, this is somewhat of a comfortable ground for PSG. I think the only thing they wish was different was a little bit more gold in Wacko's back pocket.
And of course, what impact will Ubal be able to have? We're 14 minutes in. He's got a very tough front line to get through on the Maokai potential for Cassante. So I think maybe the ultimate into like AoE CC might be a better angle. Buy time for Wacko and Aja to do work. Golden Guardians, they're committed. Once again, investing some time from River. This bottom tower is very, very low. But the minion wave has been cleared out, so both teams again, 500 gold difference. We're 2 minutes away from the next dragon. Junjia is going to clear out that vision that's been placed down. I mean, Vedius, a much, much, much stronger early game than the two previous here from PSG. And now we need to see how these next skirmishes play out because we're potentially setting up for another fight here.
Certainly are. A lot of fighting over this Tri-Brush right now.
Golden Guardians really want this tower. Really putting pressure on it.
Gory, moving into Fog of War once again. But I think the advantage of being able to push in bot means that you can actually rotate up towards mid. You can start threatening that mid tower, even looking for a kill. Ultimately, this is all about setting up control around the Drake. The problem is the Herald is alive, and Junjia is already pinging towards it. They have the push from Aja in top lane. The bot lane has chosen to reset, and now PSG are making the call, you know what, we'll concede this, and we'll actually convert it into a Herald, which we can use to either cross map top, or maybe even unlock mid, because you look at the wave clear on Golden Guardians, and it really isn't that strong. When you have 3 tanks, they don't have the easiest ability to clear out those waves underneath their tower.
Gory repping the NA orgs, TSM, EG, CLG, now NRG. But I do agree, I love the PSG cross maps. This was something they did very well in game 1 when they stacked up dragons themselves. Once they started feeling like they didn't have easy ins, they could then go to the top side of the map, start trying to get gold that way. Here, with how much pressure Golden Guardians had around the bot side, instead leak up, go ahead, grab that Rift Herald, and start channeling more gold, hopefully again into Wako or someone like that, so you can continue to have threat onto the front line of Golden Guardians. That's the problem you have to solve at the end of the day. How can I get enough damage out to these guys diving onto our immobile backline before they kill me?
Well, Wako's got himself the Kraken Slayer. That's at least one piece of the puzzle. He needs a lot of time to burn through all of those HP bars. Sec, shield mode instead, and of course Mythics for the mid laners. So 10 seconds to go for the next dragon. Teleports are available for both top laners. Archie's got himself at least a level advantage. And in the previous game, those dragon setups were non-traditional, we'll say, at best. I don't think it deserves a chuckle, but I'll say that one.
Non-traditional.
Non-traditional at best. It's Golden Guardians this time, at least with a little bit of presence in the mid lane. Not exactly the deepest vision. It looks to me like River is at least alone inside the pit. The rest of the squad's moving top side. So, I mean, Vedi, it looks to me PSG, they want the tower and may just give up this next dragon.
Yeah, makes sense. Are they really going to dive this?
Looks to be the case. Call of the Forge Guard comes out. Flash forward from Hui. Tibbers is dropped into the 2v2. FLICKR and Hui able to survive, able to thwart it. Very well played from Golden Guardians.
A little bit over-eager, though, I gotta say. Hui committing his flash there. FLICKR was still full health. You could slow play that a little bit more, make them commit further under the turret, and then land the ultimate. Instead, very happy to just eat that and get out. Does cost Aja his flash, though. So not the end of the world.
Yeah, it ends up being a trade of flashes, so as you rightly said, it's not the end of the world. But I agree. I think Golden Guardians didn't have to, or kind of feel like panic respond there. They definitely could have taken their time. The good news for Golden Guardians is they will secure themselves their second break of the game. And now we'll return to another neutral state. This is a great opportunity if you have a great narrative point, Trevor.
I'm going to go draft instead.
Okay.
If you cast your mind back to the draft, Media said this amazing point where he looked me dead in the eyes and he went, Trevor, team fights, team fights, team fights. And that is exactly the direction we're going. Nearly 20 minutes in, it's only 1,000 gold lead here for PSG, and I think all of that is going to be Archie in the top lane, plus 34 CS. We're 4 minutes away from the next Drake. It's a Cloud Drake as well. So initiate, get into those team fights even faster. And then I think for me, it comes down to just simple. What can Ubao and Wako do? Are they able to actually find the damage? Because Golden Guardians will have a very prolonged team fight, have a lot of time to work with. For PSG, this is the very first time that they've been on a sort of even footing at 20 minutes. I think the two previous games maybe a little bit Golden Guardians favored. We'll be able to at least find their control again, because look, it's GG again. They're moving in, they're placing the wards. So as far as storylines go, PSG, do or die here. You gotta bring it back, you gotta win this game to keep the hopes alive.
So this is one of the things that is slightly annoying as we see Junjia trying to catch them to covering the top side for FLICKR here. I was gonna say the Gory Cassante will feel much more comfortable in the side lane 1v1. You can see it has Ubao a little bit uncomfortable, kind of staying between mid lane and bot lane right now, waiting for the wave to go in. But PSG do a good job understanding he's on the weak side of the map right now, getting this Rift Herald down. Not needed, unfortunately.
We'll get another charge in the turn, maybe. See if he gets a time. Hurricane was picked up by Stixay, by the way, so PSG got to be a little bit cautious around that Zeri, a little bit careful. And I will take this moment just to remind everybody, once the series is over, whether it is now or later in the day, we will have that bracket stage draw show during the course of cooldown. So make sure you stick around, make sure you stay in venue, we can find out exactly where the matchups are going to be. Right now, it is looking like Golden Guardians will be that 8th team. They are in a deficit, however, 1,500 gold down.
So there are 3 tiers in the bracket stage, right? There's tier 1.
Tier 1, 2, and 3.
Which is JDG, Genji.
Correct.
And tier 2 is Cloud9, Mad.
Correct.
Tier 3 is T1, BLG.
Yeah, tier 3.
Yeah, because it's the second seeds, right?
Correct.
All the second seeds in the tier 3.
Yes, and so we could get some crazy matchups. If Golden Guardians do qualify, then we've got the 4 major regions represented. And it's going to be exciting. But of course, PSG not out of this game just yet. There's still definitely ways for them to win. They hold the gold lead for now. A lot of that's sitting on their top laner. So right now, I'm looking at the 280 carries as some of the big damage threats as we get closer and closer to these big fights. Baron is of course alive. Dragon spawning around a minute 30. But being the Cloud Drake, I wonder if PSG will feel compelled to actually contest.
We'll see if they give up third dragon or not. I mean, Golden Guardians will start hitting the Masterwork Ornn items from here on. Already 13 for FLICKR. Going to start getting these online. You have to expect Stixxay will be the first recipient, most likely. And I think it does put a lot of pressure in PSG in these team fights to not just sit back. I think there's a temptation when the enemy team is super big front line to kind of absorb their engage. But I think that's just all going to buy space for Stixxay to run over these fights. And you'll have a lot of pressure of having your Vi and Syndra ultimate actually land on top of Stixxay and see if you can blow him up.
Well, it's going to be the ideal team fight here for PSG because I think it looks a little bit more difficult to execute than Golden Guardians, which to me is just simple. Let Ornn and Maokai press R, and
run at them.
Everyone else runs at them, right? But I think obviously for PSG, a little bit more nuanced here with the Vi, the Gnar, Syndra obviously, and with Jinx being a little bit further back.
I think it's going to be a lot on Aja, like what I was kind of saying, is to find a flank onto Stixxay and serve him up for the rest of the team. If Junji is just running in alone, pressing R on him, you're going to end up 4,000 units away on 3 different screens in the middle of the enemy team and get one shot while you're in there. So you have to have some sort of other setup. Maybe that's a hook by Woody, Aja finding a flank, and Gnar ultimate knocking him closer, so then Yubao can actually get the damage out, and Junji can provide more of the lockdown and CC. I think that is the primary way they'll be approaching these later game neutral objectives.
Right now, Golden Guardians have pretty much conceded all control in the river. Gory does have an avenue as he's pushed in that bot wave that Yubao has to go and catch. Now they will start working their way back in. FLICKR just joined the fray.
Dragon is up, Dragon is up. FLICKR will throw up the pillar, waiting. See who
So did you see how much damage Wacko did to FLICKR?
You mean nothing?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Bit of foreboding
more
for you.
time, need way more armor pen. This is the 3rd dragon of the game. Golden Guardians are still behind in gold 1,000, but frankly, I don't think it really matters. They have started this off. There's a potential flank on the bottom. Mega Gnar is charging up. Archie's going to be the focus. He is in Gnar, and they are able to take out Hu. He tried to buy time with him being dropped. Archie's done the same on the other side. Will be dropped down just a second as Gory secures the kill. Dragon picked up by PSG, and the Ornn Horn will at least send them back. Teleport being channeled. Here comes Gory. Wacko's now firing out. The hook will miss. Searing charge catches Yubao. He buys time by going golden, and Wacko remains untouched, but he needs so much longer. Jeremy's Sphere will go out, and Wacko has got the time, has got the damage, but Stixxay is trading back. He's got the shield, he's got the lifesteal, the spark, forward, and will not do it just yet. Wacko taken down. So close, but Golden Guardians come out on top.
It's a very drawn-out fight, but Golden Guardians will walk away the victors. Now they have the Baron in their eyes as well. River is still alive, their smite is available, and just like that, Golden Guardians have blown open the game.
You could see Aja looking for that flank, but Golden Guardians identify they have to be aware of that. They go to focus him down, and during that time, I like the idea of PSG to just burn the dragon and try and escape, but a very heads-up teleport by Gory into the middle of the lane to stop them from having an easy escape. Here you can see it again. They start the dragon off. Gory goes hunting for Aja, finds him, flips him back, and ultimately the team to say, hey, this is the guy we need to mark.
Meanwhile, Huhi getting picked off on the side, gets chain CC'd by the side of PSG. The kill gets handed over to Wacko as well, and you think at this point, this is definitely a winnable fight for PSG. The flash committed from River as he immediately turns back towards the dragon. A good stun comes out from Yubao. but then GG with the re-engage with the TP flank.
So many long range engage tools, the Ornn ultimate, the Maokai ultimate, and then Gory with that TP flank, making sure there's no way out. They're able to get on top of Yubao there. His flash already committed.
And look at this as well. You'll see in a second, Stixxay gets CC'd, but then the hook is just short from Wacko. If that had connected, how different could this fight have gone? As Stixxay is now left alive, Wacko forced to flash. So many low health bars. The Jinx resets were so close.
I held my breath.
Enough damage.
I held my breath, Betty, because it was so close to Wacko getting unleashed, getting unstoppable. And as we jump back to live, Golden Guardians, they've already initiated the fight underneath the inner turret. Remember, they got those Baron empowered minions to work with. A double kill for Stixxay. The Red Bull Baron power play is off to a fantastic start.
They're diving the tier 2.
Completely split up. PSG cannot stand toe-to-toe with the Golden Guardians.
They were diving the tier 2 without having even secured the tier 1. Golden Guardians are using all this momentum to tear apart PSG's base. With Wacko dead, will they try and end the game?
They might just do it. Golden Guardians are making the run through play-ins to bracket stage. They've opened up the mid inhibitor. They will secure this in a moment. 10 seconds for Wacko, 13 for Junjia. Throughout the course of these 3 games, it has been a controlled one. It has been a patient one. The Golden Guardians will back out, content with the lead they've generated.
Happy to grab the mid inhibitor. FLICKR had recalled to cover Aj's push, and during that time, he had recalled to defend that push. No more could be gotten by Golden Guardians, but still a minute left on the Baron buff power play. Knowing how aggressive they are, I'm sure we'll see them in lane again. Here's how this fight started, using the Ornn ultimate to shove them off turret, but Wacko with no sums left after that previous fight. Basically a very easy chase down sequence with how many tools they have.
It's so hard to live if you're Wacko. There's just not enough peel for you. And the chase down from the 3 beefy tanks and the supercharged Zeri is too much for Wacko to deal with. Disappointment on the faces of PSG as they can see the game falling apart. Golden Guardians in full control with the Baron and looking to join the other teams in the bracket stage.
Heartbreak from PSG. They had some opportunities, but I do think over the course of the series, we have seen how Golden Guardians have demonstrated a little bit of that team gap. They've got the proactive plays, they've got the read.
Here we go.
They're sieging this bottom lane. Gory's in the top. Nature's Grasp is splitting up PSG. Another tower falls, another inhibitor falls. Aji has got the teleport if needed, may be called upon. Flame Chompers go out, Licorice continues to step back. The turret falls.
Ooh!
Gia will interrupt. Gory's back, the inhibitor will be taken down. PSG have not conceded yet. Golden Guardians have not won yet. It is 2 inhibitors to 1, and Golden Guardians are now going to be able to back, and they now need to deal with supers on their own Nexus turrets.
Not a bad little stretch of macro play out of PSG there, keeping Aja in the top side, getting more gold funneled to the team while absorbing the inhibitor losses. But you have to remember, they also stopped the Dragon stacking out of Golden Guardians at that 3rd Drake. It's only a 2k gold lead, so despite how dominant Golden Guardians looked in these team fights, the actual game state is not that terrible for the side of PSG.
And you hear the fans here in London excited at the potential, excited at PSG's play. The thing is, it is still a tenuous situation. I mean, 1 lane of supers versus 2. Teleports would be valuable here. They could look for that backdoor play. But also, in terms of base races, you really do not want to get into that situation against Golden Guardians. We're 2 minutes from Baron. Dragon is up and available. You know what, silver lining here, Betty. PSG can farm the super minions. They can claw more gold into Wacko, into Ubao, from the lanes pushing towards them.
It's definitely a glass half full perspective, especially when you look at the LDR completed for Wacko. You're saying, you know what, now he should be able to melt through those tanks. The problem is level 13 Jinx, level 16 Licorice, Gory, Stixxay. There is a massive level discrepancy between the 2 teams right now, and I think Golden Guardians are making the right call. Forget the Dragon, focus on the top lane, and they're looking to secure this tower.
Could be the potential final fight. Nature's Grasp, Call the Forge God, scatter the weakers out, and PSG are chipped away. Wacko below half health. The 8th tower secured. Now with super minions on those Nexus turrets, PSG are being pulled on multiple fronts to defend. Guardians playing this one very calculated and by the numbers.
Dropping Wacko to half HP with just those long-range engage tools shows how difficult it will be for him. In terms of gold leads, Stixxay is the richest person in the game and continues to be relatively hard to jump on for PSG. And the fact that Aja has been the one splitting and getting the most gold for his team, he is the richest member by a considerable margin.
for PSG, it does feel like a lot of the emphasis will be on him finding a better engage this time around, because he was basically non-interactive in that critical last team fight.
It certainly was. As Golden Guardians secure their third dragon of the game, FLICKR will be forced to go top to catch that wave. His TP is available, but of course the Baron will be the next major objective. PSG have some control around their topside jungle, but without access to the river, it's going to be a difficult one to contest. And even if they get close, what have they got to walk into? Maokai saplings, Maokai ultimate, or an ultimate. It's a very difficult one to siege.
As Tibbers needed, the flashes are available for all 5 members of Golden Guardians. Wako, while he's got those 3 items secured, an entire item behind Stixxay. Writing is looking on the wall. Will he find enough time? Well, managed to find Scatter the Weak. Take a look now. Baron is up. Golden Guardians pushing top lane, trying to push this mid lane and peeling back towards the river. They've started the objective, Mark. This could be the final one.
We'll see if PSG can find a contest. Gory has an Anathema's Chains on top of Wako as well, understanding that he is the late game threat that they cannot let pop off. Can Jinjia get in range for a smite?
Trying to. Jinjia's over the wall. Stixxay's chasing, using that spark and the burst fire after shot. A kill secured. Call the Forge God knocks up 2. The all-out, the death sentence is back. That's a shutdown. Ubao's got 1 back, but I don't know if it's enough. Wako is so low and burning and running for his life. Woody's being cut down by River. And while the Baron has been ignored for now, 2 kills secured, super minions available. Golden Guardians have all the options available to close this game out.
Bit of an overcommitment there from Gory. Golden Guardians saw an opportunity to end the whole game. If they kill Wako, they could have just ran for the Nexus and ended it all right there. But after losing Gory, they realized, okay, change of plan. We've got to take it safe. We've got to take our time. They go back to the Baron, and they should secure this objective as PSG try to get something back on the map.
That feels like the story for PSG this game, getting whatever they can in response to the leads that Golden Guardians is generating. Second Baron of the game for them now. More item completions coming through, as well as the fact that Stixxay, you saw how quickly he deleted Jinjia when he tried to get in behind the pit. Means that if they do not kill Stixxay, he will absolutely melt through the front line of PSG.
PSG hoping for a little bit of an overstep from the Golden Guardians. If Golden Guardians do not layer all that CC, obviously the power and the amount of space and time that it buys for Stixxay so significantly reduced. Wako still trying to build up that power gap, but Golden Guardians are looking towards that bracket stage. They're looking to demonstrate their abilities to 7 other teams here. With the inhibitors respawned, they've got themselves another Baron. 2 minutes on this one. I think they used the previous Baron buff particularly well. They siege multiple lanes, they opened up the base, they've got the inhibitors. It was very controlled, and it looks to be the case again. Grouping up mid, while FLICKR with TP is pushing top lane.
Getting multiple lanes pushing at the same time, not giving Aja space to get one of the lanes back in his favor, trying to force PSG into their base, under their control.
Cheeky red buff hand over to Wako.
Oh, nice, I like that little moment.
But with the Baron buff, Golden Guardians will continue to walk these minions into the base of PSG. This will be their last line of defense. A miracle is needed for PSG to keep their hopes at MSI alive.
Deciding not to defend the mid inhibitor. Gory left unchecked on the bottom with Archie's Mega Gnar slowly burning through. That is a big window. It'll be difficult to play around. Golden Guardians happy with this so far. A minute 20, still on Baron. FLICKR bringing the conga line towards the top lane. We're using their footwork to move backwards as Stixxay's got Huhi for cover. No flash for Huhi. Top inhibitor turret is now being focused. Nature's Grasp catches 2. Wako's able to stay free. The engage opportunity is here. Hopping over Ubao. They've got a deletion. That's already a kill onto Gory. Now follow Wako. He's been targeted and jumped on and blown up by Stixxay. That might just be the key pick for the Golden Guardians. Huhi is so low, but it does not matter. The last man standing, Arji, and Ubao and Arji is caught on the wrong side of the walls. That's a quadra. Will it be another pentakill for Stixxay, the second of the tournament? Looking for Ubao. The rest of Golden Guardians stepping onto the fountain.
He wants
It'll have to be a replica. It'll have to be exactly the same as the first time. The Nexus turret are being focused on. Stixxay's going for the win.
They're gonna
dive for the Nexus. Scatter the Weak flies out. Who he misses the stun. The searing charge. watch the flash away. Stixxay underneath the steps. Will not be able to do it just yet. Needs more time, needs more damage. Tries to stay alive, but the Nexus falls and Golden Guardians run through play-ins and advance to the bracket stage.
They won't find the second pentakill for Stixxay, but they will move on. Golden Guardians, the second seed from the LCS, advance to the main stage of MSI.
Stixxay wanted the win at first, then he wanted the penta. The rest of Golden Guardians wanted the penta at first, then they wanted the win, but ultimately 3-0 to Golden Guardians.
A convincing performance from the LCS second seed. And they will join their brothers Cloud9 in the bracket stage with the other Titans waiting.
Looking good, most North American fans online very happy with the performance of Golden Guardians thus far. The only games they dropped were to BLG, the second seed from the LPL, and even then were able to take one game off of them. Very promising stuff out of this squad, surprising people for an organization that had never made it to international play before.
Of course, based on the end of their playoffs run, continuing that momentum, continuing that development. Now we get to see how they match up against the 7 other squads in the bracket stage. Take a moment to say goodbye to PSG Talent. I think the 2 expected teams to be fighting for that 3rd and final slot out of the bracket stage today, ultimately outmatched by the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, it's an organization that is no stranger to the international scene. Wouldn't be surprised to see PSG return to the World Championship, but I think that they need to take a long look at their approach to the game, because this slower early game style is something that here at international competition will continue to be punished. And Golden Guardians did a great job. Huge props to them. Their run throughout the play-ins has been pretty consistent. We got a taster of what they are looking forward to against BLG, where they did end up falling short, but I think that also inspired a lot of confidence and hope in many fans as to how competitive the bracket stage is going to be. The fact that they could take down BLG in what was a massive comeback, the potential of this roster is very real, and we're excited to see what can happen in the best of 5.
I mean, we have to see, what is the consistency, what is the ceiling, how well do these teams perform? Very quickly, if you are still in the venue, we will be setting up for an interview with Stixxay just a few moments time, and following that, during cooldown, we will have that draw show. We now know all 8 teams in the MSI bracket stage, and we'll be setting up those matchups to commence in 2 days' time. PSG, round of applause here from London. We put up a good fight. For a young roster, the entire organization rebuilt, all 5 players picking up their first title. First international event, they can hold their heads high.
Huge props to the London crowd as well, consistently showing that support for PSG, even when in such a deficit. They wanted to see more games. Unfortunately, today was not PSG's date, but as we mentioned, excited to see them at international competition in the future.
Definitely, I'm sure we'll see them back out there again. For someone who had been a long time since we had seen, is actually Stixxay, the guy that we're going to hear on stage. 7 years since his last MSI, and the huge carry of this game. You can see the damage dealt, the Zeri almost getting a pentakill, the fact that they are putting resources into him, believing in his carry potential. It's so many interesting storylines for this Golden Guardian squad in terms of the organization's first appearance, but so many veterans here.
But also their playstyle as a team. It's really great to see that almost any one of their lanes has the potential to carry. I really like the creativity coming out of Huhi and the impact that he has in the game. It's just, you can feel the cohesion, you can feel the coordination, and I'm very glad that I get to see it tested against some of the other squads.
And I feel like you gotta give a head tap to Huhi for that. He has made it to 4 straight domestic finals for the LCS, someone who brings an insane level of shot calling, of vision for how to play the game.
And I will say that I know that Stixxay is going to get the limelight, but Gory, to me, was really the standout this series. His consistency in the mid lane, from game to game, the impact that he was able to have in every single lane, I think was massive. I know that he was the All-Pro during the regular season of the LCS, and I think that he is someone to keep your eyes on as we move forward.
But also River as well. I mean, every single game, finding that gank from the bottom lane, setting it up so that Huhi and Stixxay can take over. FLICKR playing either carries or weak side, as we've seen throughout the tournament. I mean, it's a very exciting team to be watching. It's a very surprising team.
How confident are you, Mark? Are you a believer in the run?
I'm relatively a believer. I will say this, North America has never dropped in play-in stage. None of our teams have ever failed to make it through. So this is something I am not surprised by. True. Maybe this is just the NA Hopium angle, but like, I am not shocked in the bigger...
What was that FLICKR tweet? I can't remember right now. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We are just about ready for the interview, so let's head on stage with Stixxay standing by.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. This legend hasn't been at an international tournament since Worlds 2016. Stixxay, Did you ever think you'd be on an international stage like this, proving that you're no longer an underdog?
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys.
You're not just popular in America, Stixxay. You've won the hearts of London as well.
I guess not. Yeah, I mean, I've been fighting to get back here for years, and sometimes when you're going through it, it can feel like you're never going to make it back. So, yeah, I guess just never give up.
What have the nerves been like this week? Because not only, I guess, do you have the expectation of being the second seed from the LCS, but for you this time last year, you were a coach. People didn't expect the performances they're seeing from you. So you've almost got that individual pressure on yourself as well.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm really not too nervous. I think I've been around for long enough to where I'm used to, you know, the stakes and stuff like that. It's not too big for me. I just play every game normally.
All right, then. Well, let's talk about the game. Can I ask, in the final moments, just before the Nexus fell, were you going for the pentakill?
Yeah, I may have been. I've been really close to a couple pentas. I had one in my first series, but I've been really close to a couple pentas at this tournament, so I keep trying to go for more because it's really exciting. Unfortunately, I didn't get it today, but...
There's still plenty of time. I mean, we've got another 2 weeks here at MSI in London. Were your team supporting you in that moment?
Yeah, they were all yelling, come, 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 push the wave so we can get the penta, and they're ready to die for me. I mean, we almost all died at the end, but yeah.
Yeah, thank goodness for those super minions, though. Now, let's also talk about the drafts. Your team must have been working around the clock because it felt like every single draft was so well thought out. So tell me about the approach to PSG today.
Well, we played versus PSG a lot in scrims, and they kind of ran us. So we knew they were really strong, especially their bot lane. So that's why there was like 2, 3 AD carry bans every game. Their bot lane was just really strong. So yeah, we kind of targeted them, and it worked out for us.
Now you're no longer the underdog, because I'm declaring that officially now. It's official, right, London? No longer the underdogs. How do you feel about the competition you'll be facing in next week's bracket stage?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see the group draw, to see who's in our group. I don't know exactly how it works, but you know, it could be versus T1, JDG, like those teams. So I'm really excited. I've been watching them for years, play at the top level, and we've been learning from them, right? So it'll be really interesting to play versus them.
It's going to be very interesting, and I can tell you the draw show is up in just a moment. So if you take a nice, comfortable seat backstage, or even in the audience with London, however they are going to mob you, I will warn you, Stixxay, you can find out who you are going to be playing when the bracket stage kicks off on Tuesday. So for now, congratulations.
Thank you.
Go enjoy London, but not too much, and we'll see you next week. Congratulations again.
And thank
everyone,
you guys.
Stixxay.
Thank you, Frankie, and thank you, Stixxay. Congrats on reaching the next stage, and welcome to MSI Cooldown now. Before the series, we anticipated a very one-sided matchup. Exactly what we had planned for.
It was, and I think PSG showed us a little bit more in Game 3. They showed that they can play through the early game, they can look down towards that bottom lane, but you have to give so much credit to the way that Golden Guardians...
Hold that.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm holding.
Hold on. 17 minutes in the game, there was 3 kills on PSG and there was 3 kills on Golden Guardians. Yeah. Yes, they played a bit more, but...
kills to play through the early
you know,
game.
baby steps, you're right. But we did see some adaptation as well, but going back to the first game, Golden Guardians quite ballsy with some of their drafts as well, with how they came in with it, drafting a set into Karma and Ezreal. It's something where you pretty much have to flip it to make it work, or else you're just going to be under your tower while the enemy jungle or enemy bot lane farms the turret plating. But they're super good. And just like these bot lane skirmishes again and again and again and again just seem to be majority in the favor of Golden Guardians.
Yeah, they always came out in favor of Golden Guardians, pretty much, right? And part of that was it was a 3v2 a lot of the time because, you know, Junjo decided bot lane didn't really matter that much, but also you have to give credit to Stixxay and Huhi. Like Huhi, especially in this game, he had especially in the series, had a few mistakes, but a lot of the time he was the driving force. He was the guy engaging, he was the guy looking for those Annie stuns, and it really set his team up for success.
Yeah, absolutely. It was expected in that sense, but to me, the player who stands out the most from this Golden Guardians lineup is none other than the mid laner, Gory. We hyped him up also during the pre-show. he revealed himself, I feel, during this MSI, and he delivered exactly what we expected him to.
Oh, definitely. I think even in this game where he didn't have the strongest showing in the late game, got caught quite a bit by a lot of the CC, he was still a frontliner. But in the early game of this, he was still a menace on the K'Sante, pairing up with Hui. And I think the biggest performance as well was in the game 1, was in game 2, where you have to give a lot of credit to his setups. Once again, the Ahri was banned the entire series, even when PSG was looking for Vi first pick, who infamously is paired up with an Ahri. They had banded themselves on blue side. That was how big of a threat that Gory was to them. They didn't even have to split up the Vi Ahri combination because they did it by themselves.
And Gory also provides you that flexibility, right? The K'Sante being able to be flexed right to the end, and then you have this huge front line because you have the ability to put some of these tanks in the mid lane. Gory as well just had a superb performance all around. I think his zone control on Lissandra was really good. I really like watching his K'Sante as well, although, as you say, perhaps a little bit overeager at times. But Golden Guardians as a whole were perhaps a little bit overeager at times.
It does become harder when you reach that late game and you realize I am here to use my HP as a resource so my AD carry can play the game instead. Because that was what Game 3 was all about. Whichever of the AD carries could really come out on top. But also just the fact that Golden Guardians, they had a composition that was vastly better at playing around the AD carry and the engage with their R buttons.
So our OnePlus player of the series, Gory, of course. Who else surprised us on this Golden Guardians?
Oh, on Golden Guardians.
Yeah,
I was going to say Junjia because he didn't really do as much as I expected him to. But yeah, on Golden Guardians.
The sixth player of the team.
I think the issue with the question, Law, is no one really surprised me because I kind of expect them all to do well.
All right.
Right? They all played to the level that I've seen from them so far at the MSI. I will give credit to Stixxay. I think their bot lane weakness wasn't as prevalent as it has been in previous series. But overall, I think Golden Guardians just played at the level we've seen them at from the LCS playoffs and continue to impress.
And I feel like we should also give leeway to players when they've played against Elk and lost. And that was a bot diff because some of it's like, yes, we're losing bot, but you're also losing bot to one of the best AD carries, right? So it's still a testimony to the fact that there is a difference between some of the minor and major regions too. And Stixxay, you know, solidified himself as an AD carry of North America.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize we were still in domestic competition, Goldborg.
Oh,
I thought you had to compete against the best in the world. I thought the bracket stage is going to have Gumiyushi and Rula and Pays and Kazi. One of these things is not like the others,
in my world, only play-ins exist. You know, that's where I'm coming from. This is my bracket stage.
But yeah, I think that's the big thing for Golden Guardians. If I look at how they're going to improve into the bracket stage, you have to be looking at how are they going to shore up this bot lane, especially in the laning phase.
We'll see about the draw show in just a few minutes. And you were mentioning all these superstar players at MSI here. I want to have a bit of a preview of what we could expect coming into the next stage. We've talked about this before the series, of course. I will be LEC biased here, and I want to see G2 versus C9 in the first matchup. What do you guys want to see?
Oh, you know which matchup I would really love to see? I want to see Yike versus Kanavi.
Oh
That's a jungle matchup I'd really die for. Just the fact that you can bring out these carries as well from the jungle, how the team would play around it. The jungle matchup where it's kind of old school as well, where it's not the junglers who's there to gank, it's the laners who's there to facilitate the skirmishes through their jungler. And I would just imagine that that would be an amazing matchup to watch.
I mean, there's just so many good ones, right? You could do enemies versus FLICKR. You could have Gumiyushi versus Rula. You could have, you can list off a player in every single role and say, him against his counterpart's probably going to be a really good matchup.
Can we just do like a random generator and we just like click,
this is
a
versus
matchup.
Sven, you know? Sven left the region, had to change to support, now trying to wrest back the best European support role from Hylissang.
Yeah, I forgot about that. He's Danish after all, but wow.
Carrier coming to the stage as well. I watched some of his Champions Q's games yesterday. Went 1-11, still won the game. The guy's an absolute monster. So I'm just super excited. I think the fact we have, I think it's 14 more best of fives after today. Every day a best of 5 between the best teams in the world is just incredible to me.
And that's why I love this new format so much. And before we could focus on what we're going to see next, a little bit of a retro on what we've seen so far and how the format played out. What you guys thought of it, switching to best of 3 instead of having best of 1s, and any surprises coming from other regions. Goldberg, what's your take on the format and what we've seen?
I mean, first day, or the first few days, a lot of it was actually straight up 2-0s, but I think from the content we got from that, and a way to really weigh our teams in terms of how good they are, because we don't usually have the scrim results. We get their best of 1s, then we make a decision based on that, and that's not always a lot. It's good to have a benchmark for a best of 3, for example. Let's take G2 versus Loud, where they looked incredibly sloppy in the first game in that series, and then all of a sudden just ran them over in game 2. It's really nice to have different showings and also adaptations to see from teams.
I think also we got to see a new set of emerging regions really rise to the fore, right? Because in the past, the PCS obviously would be up there, but the VCS as well. Now South America starting to look really good. The LLA and the CBLOL really starting to shine. And you probably wouldn't have seen that as much with a best-of-1 format. You would have seen like one team just losing the first game, or you get a 1-0 versus your opponent. It doesn't really give you that same legacy in terms of the victories. So I was very happy with it. I thought it was a really enjoyable playing stage. And I will say I'm ready to get into the big boys next.
You need to not bring our vocabulary from LEC to here, though. Legacy, Kings, all of that. You can keep that home, mate. You said the word.
Defy expectations.
There you have it.
That's what we want to see here at MSI. We've talked about the happy surprises that we saw. What are the disappointments? Teams that miss, players that miss, maybe didn't play to the expectations we had from them. Medic, if you want to go.
I'm disappointed in the VCS overall.
Yeah,
I think it's been a while since we've seen them on the international stage. Obviously, COVID kind of causing a few issues over the last couple of years. But for GAM Esports to not really show what they can do was a little bit disheartening for me. I think they have a lot more in their tank, and I expect coming into Worlds we'll start to see them rising up as the VCS once again.
In general, I'm just hoping some of the macro level will get a bit better from some of the minor region teams. I understand the fact that individually and from the player base that you have, it's not always going to be the same contest when you're going up against some of the major regions. But specifically, macro is always something you can be taught, that you can look at the major regions and actually, you know, learn from as well. I'd hope the level would be elevated after an experience like this, because it is a lot of new rosters coming through. You know, even the PCS with PSG talent here had to revamp them, had to bring it in here. Slow playstyle. This is a wake-up call. Maybe around Worlds, when that comes too, you know, they're going to be even better.
Yeah, next time on the line for them, World, maybe we'll see about that. But for us now, the stage is ready. Let's send it down to Frankie and a very special guest for the MSI 2023 bracket stage draw show.
We have now completed our matches for the play-in stage of MSI 2023, and that means it's time to decide the bracket for the main event. Now, with me is a very handsome, very talented assistant. He is none other than LEC legend, XL top laner, Odawamne. What have you thought of the team's performances this week?
Business as usual. G2 showing up, BB playing great, everyone crushing it. GG, great surprise. They've been absolutely smashing it. I think they only dropped maybe, if I'm not mistaken, only one game this whole play-in so far.
They took a game off BLG as well.
Yeah, I think it was that one. But other than that, they've been great. I think all the teams that we expected to make it out of the play-in stage made it out. So it's going to be an exciting main event.
Yeah, it really is. But who is going to be playing who next week? That's what we want to know, and that's what we're going to find out today, because the bracket stage of the tournament consists of an 8-team double elimination bracket, and they're going to be playing best of 5s. It's getting very seriously indeed here in London. And the teams are going to be drawn from 3 tiers. So, Tier 1 is the top seeds from the LCK and LPL. Tier 2 is the top seeds from the LEC and LCS, and Tier 3 is the second seed from the LCK, as well as the 3 teams that qualify from this week's play-in stage. Now, all Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams will be matched against Tier 3 teams in the first round, but there can be no same region matches in round 1 of the upper bracket. The 2 teams from Tier 1 will be placed on opposite sides of the bracket, so we could have a very exciting grand final. That's all the housekeeping done there, Odawamne. You understanding the rules?
I only have to draw these, you know. I don't do anything else.
Pretty much, yes, but it's the most important job of the day. Wouldn't you agree, London? Yes. So, Odawamne, would you please do the honors and start by randomly selecting a team from Tier 1 for me, please?
I would love it.
Okay. It is the LCK's Genji. Odawamne, we're ready for the second Tier 1 envelope.
Well, this one's obvious, so no surprise to anyone.
It is the LPL's JDG. Good work so far.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't hard so far. I just have 6 more and I don't need to, I shouldn't mess it up, you know.
Yeah, it's like you've been practicing this.
Oh.
You were made for this.
Yeah, I mean, new talent, yeah.
Very talented indeed. Let's move on to the Tier 2 teams who will be assigned to the remaining open matches in the bracket. So, Odoamne, you may draw. It's like you knew. LEC Mad Lions. And you may take the next Tier 2 envelope. From the LCS, it's Cloud9! Now things are going to get really interesting. We're going to draw the Tier 3 teams to compete with our first round matchups. Now remember, no team can face another team from their region in the first round of the bracket. So if we do happen to have that regional matchup, that will be an invalid draw and that team will be moved to the next available matchup. Odoamne, are you ready?
Yeah, let's get this going with.
Okay, then 4 to choose from. We're ready for the next envelope. They will be playing Mad Lions. Odo, 2 more envelopes. This decides it. They cannot play Cloud9. That means they will be facing JDG from the LPL. And the final card, please, Odoamne. Cloud9 will be facing Bilibili Gaming from the LPL. This is going to be an incredibly spicy first round. But Odoamne, why did you have to do that to Europe?
Yeah, I kind of choked it. I'm not happy with my performance this time.
You seem to enjoy the performance quite a lot.
Not really.
Looking at the 8 teams though, who's the best top laner? Who do you want to learn some things from?
I mean, Ben has been trash talking a lot, saying that BLG is going to win and that he wants to face Zeus and show everyone that he's the best, but no one has anything on my boys, BB and Chasey, so they're the 2 best top laners at this tournament.
LEC through and through.
Euphoria.
I'm not going to sing it.
Neither am I.
But check out the Euphoria and the Dive-Euphoria podcast this week if you do want to hear a stunning rendition of that song. Right now, though, I have to thank you, Odoamne. You've been absolutely fantastic on stage.
Yeah, it's been my pleasure to be at MSI. I always said I will make it to MSI, and here I am.
You represented. Now, the bracket stage kicks off on Tuesday, May 9th at 1 p.m. local time. So do not miss it. And if you'd like to find out further information on the schedule, that will be appearing at lolesports.com. Odo, thank you very much. We will see you in the LEC Summer Split. But right now, that is all for the Draw Show.
Yeah.
Thank you, Frankie. I will not thank Odo for this.
Kind of wish he hadn't come to MSI now, I'm going to be honest.
Whoa.
So.
Okay, let's recap what we have here. From a EU standpoint, how
we
wrecked are we?
We have a losers bracket.
We have a losers bracket.
And you all know what happens in the losers bracket? G2 will play Mad, and we're going to have a team elimination.
We're going to have to sacrifice one team in the hope of
we sack Mad.
If they lose,
we will get official confirmation, but what I've been told is Mad would play G2 in the losers bracket, and then C9, GG, or JDG, BLG would play.
Honestly, I just feel bad for Korea. They're going to have T1 versus Genji in the losers bracket as well.
That's true, actually. Oh, yeah, what a shame.
The LCK seeds, no.
But, okay, on a bit more serious note, which matchup are you looking forward to the most? We'll talk about EU's chances afterwards.
Okay, no, screw EU. Screw EU. We're not going to talk about EU. Genji G2 should be good, but BLG C9, I am hyped for this matchup.
Yeah.
Enemies looks incredibly good in the mid lane. C9 just generally look really strong. Fudge versus Bin, Blabber in the jungle as well. Like, I think C9, I'm not going to say they're favorites, but I'm at like I would edge C9 to win that best of 5 right now.
That is what called being favorite is. But yeah, I'll take it.
I don't want to be like 80% favorites. I think they're like 52.5% favorites.
Very accurate.
C9 favorites versus BLG. Golden Guardians took them to 3 games. C9 can make it further as well and get some games from them there. I actually think it's going to be a good matchup. I agree with what you're saying as well. I understand why it's a bit scary as well. Saying like in a first seed against second seed of LPL.
Enemies is going to absolutely destroy Yagawa.
I mean, of course, but I think there's just entertaining matchups in general. You know, Fudge versus Bin is something to look forward to as well. Bin that was kind of forced to play tanks as well when they're playing against Golden Guardians, which if you don't know Bin, that's absolutely mental. So I think that's going to be an insane matchup. I am, though, and I will mention EU, because I am actually really hyped for G2 versus Genji. You know, also historically, you know, G2 against Genji has always been a banger.
Korean
if you think back
teams
to
as a whole,
exactly, if you think back to it, where they kind of read Genji with the level 1 strats and then just completely obliterated them back then. But I actually think, you know, Genji, they are a better team after the rebuild that both teams have had as well. I think just in general, the matchup is going to be absolutely insane.
Yike making his debut on the international stage, main stage rather. FaZe also, we talked about this. Ruler was maybe the most known player in this Genji lineup, went to the LPL, FaZe replacing him. The team didn't change so much in terms of what they've been able to show. I'm really hyped about this matchup.
I can understand that. Like, FaZe already going down the Royal Road. It's the Golden Road, the Royal Road, when you win in your rookie split, 17 years old, looking like he's as consistent as Ruler at times. And then you have to look at some of the other matchups as well. I feel a bit sorry for Mad because they're not meeting T1 in the finals. If it was a finals, I'd predict Mad, obviously, because it's T1. But I think that matchup is going to be slightly favored towards T1. Just
finally, before this draw show, Niski actually tweeted out,
oh, yeah,
I hope we draw T1 so I can go home as soon as possible.
Yeah.
There you go.
Something like that. So, Niski, your dream came true, buddy.
Yeah, T1 into G2. They did just beat G2, though. So maybe G2 are the ones who are going to be swimming back to Berlin.
I mean, it's luckily not that far this time around.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll see about that.
Hop across the pond.
A couple days. Before we go, one last question. The player you have the most expectations for coming into this main stage, if you had to choose 1 or 2, you can go to.
By expectations, do you mean the person I think is most likely to perform well, or the person I'm most excited to
Excited about, perform, you choose.
I think I'm super excited to see Enemies and Berserker. I know I sound very C9 favorite, and it's because I do watch a lot of LCS, but both of these players are so consistent in NA and so mechanically superior to the players they play against often that I wonder how well they'll perform. And you have something like Berserker versus Gumayushi, right? Which is like the guy that took the T1 spot away from you. Now you get to step up on the international stage and actually prove that you perhaps should have got that opportunity.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite junglers of all time just has to be Kanavi in general. Although he had a little bit of a period where it was in a slump, he's been back. And I think JDG in general is very interesting to see if they can do better, because they came in with a revamp after Worlds. They got cut short at the semi-final. Knight's back now as well, and it's going to be curious to see if Knight can live up to the expectations that there so often is about him, because it feels like he haven't really been able to do that just yet.
We have a banger MSI ahead, that's for sure. And that's all from us here at MSI 2023 Play-In Stage. We will be back in 2 days, the start of the double elimination best of 5 bracket stage. This will be mega hype. See you there. See you there.
breaker forward. River is being chunked out from Wako. Wako now may be the next target. Stun connects. First blood secured by Golden Guardians and River. The shield keeps River alive just enough to get away.
I'm hitting the front, I'm hitting the front. It's not bad, it's not bad.
It's good, go.
Damage out, but too many members of PSG stepping forward. Stixay manages to take him down with the Acathian Rain.
Come. I can ult Kha'Zix. Nice! Baron and Kill this guy.
Golden Guardians pick up the first win. That's a good stun there onto Woody. River looks for the denting blows, manages to find the hit. Flash forward from Stixay, gets the kill. Waka's trying to get a one rip.
Listen here.
Okay, dive bar. Yeah. Dive.
Okay.
The flash.
We got it.
The target is Ubao. Juja finds himself on the towers doing so much work. Golden Guardians may have been not more than they can chew.
Keep going. Yeah. 달려.
Oh. Go.
The flash 달려. Yeah, I should have.
Go.
Golden Guardians are one win away from advancing to the MSI bracket stage. Monar to work with, another kill. This time keeping up with the pace in the early game. That's a flash forward from Huhi inside the pit. Junja's running away. Next target Ubao. No flash, no escape. Nothing to do. A double for Gory. He's got the shield, he's got the lifesteal, the spot, forward, and will not do it just yet. Wako, take it down. So close.
No.
They won't find the second pentakill for Stixay, but they will move on. Golden Guardians, the second seed from the LCS, advance to the main stage of MSIs.
you.